So if so anyone ever tuned in to before they were born? Yeah. Um, I tuned into that once and I actually remembered place and a space and an energy of what it felt like before I was born. And in this space, everything was made of energy. It was almost like if you were in a human body, but you could pass a hand through your body. You were substantial, but you weren't made of material. You were energy material. You were like a light. And in this land, I remember seeing waterfalls and beautiful flowers and other souls sort of in the air and this sense of total peace, total stillness, sort of a lot like what people describe in a near-death experience, which is another thing that the 12th house relates to, is the arena of the near-death experience, meditation, hypnosis, past life regression, channeling. The 12th house relates to all those areas and arenas that are in the subconscious.
Funny thing, I just am finishing reading a book. It's called A Proof of Heaven. It's all about this doctor. I forgot the name right now, but he was a neurosurgeon. He all his life worked on people brains, and often they were in that place of near-death experience, and he never believed in it. And all of a sudden, he got a E. coli bacteria in his brain, and he went out. Doctors cannot explain that with that damage to his brain, how he was in a coma for 7 days. And he came back and he went out in that space of darkness, of not knowing, and then he was introduced to that being, could be God, could be whatever people want to call it, but he was carried on a wing of a being that he didn't know. He saw a face, but he didn't know. When he came back, he was adopted as a child here in this world, in this life. Turned out, he found his original parents, and the parents had another sister that he never knew. They sent him a picture, and that was the face that he saw being in heaven. She passed away. So this is incredible stuff. Like, so that world out there is just, it's there, it's not deniable.
It's real. Yeah. Yeah. I remember when I first started hearing about near-death experiences, Yola, of people who were living, then they were sick, like you were saying. He got E. coli in his brain and he was into a coma. And then he came back to life, and the experiences that he had, right, were profound. There are so many stories out there. And if you want to really learn about the 12th house, I really recommend reading about near-death experiences, reading about that place between worlds. That's what I think of the 12th house as, is the place and the space between worlds, where you have access in this physical body to these internal spiritual dimensions of the soul, right? So the 12th house is really the house of the soul. So we just had the 11th house, which is all about the community and the world, right? The 10th house is about building our success, achieving our goals, right? Our success, our purpose, expressing it. And then the 11th house, sharing it out to everyone. And then we get to the 12th house, and the 12th house is the return back to our internal space. Right. Okay. just take a nice deep breath in and out. Good. Oh, that's really good, Yola, that you went to some water to clear your head. So welcome back, everyone. So I just wanted to have a check-in before we get into class today, since it's the final class. How everyone's doing, and if there's any way that I can support you all, if there's any questions that you've had, or if there's any way that I can help you going forward. So if you think of those questions now or throughout the class, I just wanted to bring that up so that everyone can get their needs met and everyone can get the most out of this class. Is everyone here already doing readings, or where is everyone at with that in terms of your confidence? And what are some areas you're still having trouble with? I just like to know where you guys are at and how I can best support you going forwards. Yeah, go ahead, Alex.
Well, like at least somewhat basic readings. As far as how many I've done, like it's been more like I've been looking at like celebrities. So I feel like I don't have like full information with the for time, but there's a lot of like I've been talking to a lot of people at my work about it a little bit and just showing them their sun sign because I took a picture of like this chart that you once showed us, I think in the 5 day challenge about which day is what, or like I'll look it up. I'm happy I feel better with the Prometheus software. So yeah, oh I wanted to ask you it because I wrote to you about like some issues with it. So hopefully we'll talk about that. But yeah, but I'm still yeah, there's some people I want to whose charts I want to read. I think Sophie told me that you want us to read like 10 charts, and then the 11th we send to you and
Yeah,
you tell us if it's good. Okay.
yeah, I'll give it a little review and let you know if I feel what I feel you could improve on.
That
Uh,
sounds good.
my
Yeah.
favorite words for each sign, huh? Okay, I'll think about that. There's so many, Yola. I mean, there's so many words for each sign, so I'll think about it. I am putting together a potential level 2 training. It had been my original intention to include the aspects in our course. However, teaching each sign and each planet and then going through every single person's chart with that information is a lot. And so this is a really awesome introductory course for anyone who's just jumping on and wants to learn astrology and like wants to start feeling what it is they're looking at. So I will be offering for those of you who are interested a 6-week training on aspects, and that will be level 2 of this course. And I've also decided that it might be a good idea to put the reading of charts first and then the lecture after, because a lot of you come to class and then by the time we get to the chart reading part, it's so late or we're tired, and I think that's actually the most important, or what you all find to be the most exciting part of the class. So I've decided that in my next training on the aspects and how to do readings, so this next class is going to be a lot more interactive. We're going to have like celebrity charts to look at, comparison charts. It's going to be a lot more relational. Kind of in a way, you could call it a relationship reading course, but it's every kind of relationship, right? It's our friends, it's our parents, it's, how do we take the chart and how do we understand the relationships between the planets? Because now you know what the planets are, you know what the signs are, you're aware of how to talk about them. But how do you do that dance of comparison? And that is actually really the most challenging aspect of astrology. And so, whew, I'm going to be offering a 6-week class on the relationship of the planets, on the dance of the relationship in the planets, and how to read charts second level. This is for all of my graduates who have gotten to a place where they can actually read charts a little bit. But you're at the level where you would like to go deeper. Okay. And so, as Yola has lovingly said, this has been like her master's level or PhD level. Well, this next course will be PhD level. This will be going through and understanding the elemental energy of the signs and the planets. And then it's going to be like a cake. So we're going to start with the most simple idea, which is basically that each sign, there's a group of 3 fire, 3 air, 3 water, 3 earth. And then we're going to start to meld. How do those relate? And then we're going to go deeper until by the end of the course, we've marinated ourselves into how to actually read the chart, right? We've learned how do we calculate aspects. We've learned what does it mean when Saturn is next to Neptune? What does it mean when the sun is next to Mars? What does it mean? What does it mean? What is happening here? And I think a really great way to do that is going to be through celebrity chart reading. I've actually been doing a lot of that too, Alex, and it's like it's mind-blowing how accurate this stuff is. I actually did a chart reading for Brad Pitt, Jennifer Aniston, and Angelina Jolie. And I used my patented predictive science of what makes a relationship really work. And the only person he had that special magic thing with was Jennifer Aniston. And he's the only woman that he said, "Oh, I shouldn't have broken up with her." And so this stuff is really, really potent. So anyways, I will message you to see who all would be interested in joining me for the 6-week course. It's only going to be once a week. It's not going to be twice a week. It's going to be once a week for 6 weeks. And it's going to be much more focused on your chart reading skills. And so you'll be able to come and we'll practice looking at charts basically. And then we'll have a short lecture. So the majority of the class will be looking at charts and discussing, well, what does it mean that this planet is near this planet? Does anyone have any questions about this? Anyone interested in it? So I know if this is something that you would find helpful. My main goal here is to provide you the next step on your astrological reading journey so that you can go out into the world and be really effective as an astrology reader. Okay, so if that speaks to you, if you're interested, we'll be having a special offer today for the next week. You'll have 1 week, and then the price will go up. So if you are interested, you can direct message me or yeah. Is anyone interested now? Is that something you would be interested in doing? Yeah, good.
I would be interested by this.
Okay, cool. Cool. Yeah, I'm really excited about it. It's like I've been teaching this class of the 12 houses now. Yola came to my first one and I've done this with you. And now I have enough people who I feel like are ready to go to the next level and go deeper. Okay. So I will come up with the pricing. I will give you your special offer that's available today. And you'll also get another session with me. And what's really cool is that you will have text message offer available. So during that 6-week period, you will be able to contact me 24 hours a day with your questions. And ideally, we'll have a lot of practice. Okay. So that I will actually get you out there. I will hold your hand, but I will be getting you out there doing the reading as opposed to me just reading. I love it, but it's about you all getting the skills to read the charts. Okay. So if you're interested in this, my tentative start date is the 17th of February. So it's coming up. Kind of, I might be able to push it off to the following Saturday, but it's going to be on Saturdays from 10:30 on. And this is a real practicum. This is like, okay, you've learned the basics. Now let's put it all to work. So if you are interested, you can message me. I will message you and give you the offer. I'm really excited about this. I'm actually going to send this offer out to, I might even have an event and send this out to a lot more of my students because I'm really excited to get you all really doing the work. I know Sophie is like already off to the ballparks and Tiffany as well. But I want to make sure that you all have the skills to be doing the readings. Okay. So any comments? I will be starting that class in, I think, either the 17th or 24th of February on Saturday at 10:30 a.m. If you have any questions, you can message me. Anyone have any questions now that I can answer? And excited to have you, Karen. That's going to be really, really fun. I'm excited to get you out there, Karen. I've looked at your astrology chart and you seem like a really natural astrologer. So I'm going to make sure you have those skills that you need.
Thank you, Lois. I had to take a beat because we had some complications toward the end with the pregnancy and things got a little hairy, but everything came out all right.
I know you've turned into, it's been a total miracle. I know you reached out to me and we're just like, oh my God, it was so intense and we helped you get through that. And I'm so glad that we were able to support you through this. It's just been so crazy. So,
I
and
can feel
ideally,
everything.
yeah, ideally today we will get you set up with we're going to do a little mini reading for your baby. Okay. Any questions before we return back to our regularly scheduled program about, yeah, I know, Yola, that might not be good time. If you wanted to have the recordings, I could give you a special rate for that. Okay. So let me know if that's something that you want to do. And then I will probably be teaching that course again. So we can talk about it. I know timing might not be ideal. Yeah, we'll figure that out. Okay. All right. So I'm just going to share screen here. Whew, thank you all. It's just been such an honor to serve you all, and I'm still here, of course. Okay. Oh, I went to the wrong video. That's okay. If you haven't watched the video I just did about the Year of the Dragon, oh my gosh. It is, Yola was there. That class was just really something else. Okay. So we'll come back to Evelyn Marie. You know what, Karen? Yeah, let me get a vote. So I told Karen that I would love to look at her newborn baby's chart. I know, Alex, you have some time that you have to leave here by. So I can, I can do this chart reading with Karen after the bulk of the class, or we can do it now. And I just wanted to kind of respect everyone's learning needs and see if, everyone wants to keep going with this 12th house information, or we can pause and do a little mini reading here and just what you all would prefer, just to keep everyone in flow. Okay, sure.
I agree. I want to hear it, but
You're all ready for the 12th house, I know.
yeah, I'll hear it on the
Well,
replay. Thank you.
Thank you for the, and, we have to respect everyone's time here. Karen, I'm excited to look at your baby girl's chart. Your granddaughter, oh, it's such a gift.
Yeah, I have all day, Lotus, so it's fine.
You got all day. Okay. Okay. I had a feeling you're in grandma bliss right now. Okay. And I will edit this quite a bit for the replay so it's a little more clear. So welcome everyone to the finale, the 12th house class. And ironically, the sun is illuminating me, so I look like I'm pure spirit right now, which is fitting because the 12th house is all about the spiritual path It's all about our spiritual self. It's all about our spiritual retreat. It's where we go, how we go within. So whatever sign you have on the 12th house, whatever planets are in the 12th house, that's going to be speaking to your internal world, who you are, right? Who you are on a spiritual level. Okay. And where you need to, like, what way do you need to do your spiritual retreat? Do you do you have a water sign on your 12th house? You might need to go near water to fill up. Do you have air? You might need to communicate or talk to people to help you fill up. Do you have earth? You might need to go get your hands in the dirt, put your feet on the ground and ground, right? So the 12th house speaks to how and where and what do we need in our body, in our mind, in our consciousness, and our emotions to fill up our energetic cup. That is what the 12th house is teaching us. How can we fill up? How can we take a step back from all the doing and being, the doing and action, and step into our being, step into our connection to source? Okay. Very truly, I tell you, no one can enter the kingdom of God unless they are born of water and the Spirit. Flesh gives birth to flesh, but the Spirit gives birth to spirit. You should not lie, surprised at my saying, you must be born again. The wind blows wherever it pleases. You fear its sound, but you cannot tell where it comes from or where it is going. So it is with everyone born of the Spirit. And so this is an ancient John from the Bible quote, where Jesus is saying, you must be reborn through the Spirit. You must leave the physical and be born again through the Spirit. And it's speaking to how the 12th house relates to us letting go of our attachment to the material world, right? So from up until now, the first house, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth, 10th, 11th, we have been immersed in the activities of life, right? We were born. First house, we added in all the security and the objects we need to feel safe and grounded. 3, we started learning how to communicate. 4, we nurtured our home and our sanctuary with our family. 5, we became creative. 6, we started healing ourselves. We started working. We started going out and giving to the community. 7th house, we started to have relationships. We started to go on dates. We started to connect to a potential partner. 8th house, we started to learn about sexuality and intimacy and the deep bonding that can occur with us and another being, not just sexually, but on a soul level, right? What does it mean to bond and merge with another? That's the 8th house. 9th house, we just went into the journey, right? The journey of growth, right? The journey of growing into our highest. What teachers do we need? What mentors, what guides, what gurus do we need to grow into our highest self? 10th house, our physical accomplishment, finally expressing who we are, right? Our midheaven, finally shining the truth of who we are. Then we get to the 11th house. And now we want to share it, right? We want to get on social media and share it with the whole world. Hi, I'm here. This is who I am. Thank you. Thank you for seeing me. Here I am. And so whatever sign we have in the 11th house tells us how we like to share our gifts. Do we like to share it in a fiery, assertive way? Do we like to share in a watery, emotional way? Do we like to share in a grounded, structured sort of way? What way do we like to share our gifts with the world? 12th house, now we let it all go, right? So imagine you've just won awards, you've just achieved all this success. The 12th house comes and we're asked to let go of our material self. Let go of the trying, let go of the achievement, let go of the attachment, right? This is a very Buddhist, very spiritual house. It's all about no longer doing, no longer making things happen, no longer working so hard. This is where we let go. Some people say that surrender is the most difficult lesson of all. And so that is why the 12th house is related to surrendering our will to the will of God, surrendering what we want to what God wants, surrendering all the things we've been carrying to the greater power of God. because this is the house before we are born again into the spirit, right? So if the first house is where we were born into our physical body, once you go through the 12th house, that's completion, you will be born again. But if you've already been born into your physical body, bless you, you will be born into your spiritual body next. And that's the reality of our lives as humans, is that first we're born into our physical body and we have to die to our spiritual body, right? In order to come into our physical body, we have to die to the spiritual body. We have to let it go. Come into the physical. We go around our whole circle of life, come to the 12th house. And now we must let go of the physical as we come to the other side to be born again. You think this house might bring stuff up for people, right? Like if we are attached to living, if we're attached to our material world, and then we're asked to let go and to surrender to God, this house can bring a lot up for people. They call it the house of self-undoing. They call it the house of, this can be the house of mental hospitals. So spiritual energy is so powerful, right? You've ever seen like a preacher or a priest or someone, it's almost like they live in another world. Have you noticed that? Like there's this otherworldly quality. And so the sign associated with the 12th house is Pisces, the fish that are swimming in two worlds. So Pisces people swimming in two worlds, if they get lost, they will be undone. Does that make sense? Like there's this line, and it's the spiritual line of being in the world, but not of the world. And if someone goes too far not being in the world, they can go crazy, right? They can stop functioning according to the rules and things of society. So if someone's having mental health issues, someone's having a psychotic break, if someone is losing it psychologically, emotionally, you might want to look at their 12th house. You might want to look at Pisces and you might want to look at Neptune, because those things affect our ability to be sane, present, and grounded. On the inverse, it's how the greatest art, the greatest music, the greatest spiritual teaching, and the greatest connection to God are created. And so Pisces and Neptune in the 12th house, just like every other house, has these two sides. And there's the balance point. So on one side, you're very spiritual, you're very connected, and you're balanced physically. On the inverse, you're super spiritually connected, but your physical reality is not there. And so that is the balance point between Pisces and Virgo. That is our spiritual side with our physicality, our diet. You can think of Virgo, diet, nutrition, exercise, routine, stability, work, ethic, right? It's just very grounded, very structured. And then Pisces, on the other hand, is all about letting go of the schedule, letting go of the routine, going with the flow. There is no time, there is no space, there is no body. There's just the spiritual realm, okay? And so there's a need for balance here with the 12th house, with Neptune. Yeah, go ahead, Alex.
Oh, I'm really interested in like maybe like helping someone with like a mental health issue like through the chart. I would want to like kind of see more about how we would do that maybe later in the class.
This is such a good question, Alex. And one of the best ways, and you're helping me realize this might be a really good training for mental health practitioners who have clients. Thank you for that. So yeah, so one of the best things to look at astrologically for mental health challenges is what sign someone has on the 12th house. What house do they have Pisces in? And where is their Neptune? Those three things are going to show you a lot. Now, if you see a lot of what are called squares or polarities or oppositions in someone's chart, that's also a giveaway. If you see Saturn or Pluto near, or Mars near their sun, moon, Mercury, or Venus, that's a huge giveaway as well, because what it can represent is karma, past life karma.
Mm.
And so it's really valuable and important to be able to diagnose people very quickly. And so one of the ways you can do that is just to know if there is Saturn, Pluto, Mars near one of their main planets, Sun, Mercury, Moon, Venus, or Mars, they could have a lot of karma, as well as if their destiny point, South Node, or Chiron is near any of their main planets. Okay, so the main things you want to look at for mental health challenges are going to be Saturn, Pluto, Chiron, and Neptune, and how those planets are affecting their main planets, right? And we can go more into it here as well.
Yeah, that would be awesome. Yeah, get
So,
my notepad.
yeah, so the 12th house is funny because it can either create a guru, like a great spiritual teacher, like Paramahansa Yogananda or Amma or Jesus even. So the 12th house is the house of Jesus. It's the house of Christianity. It's the house of all spiritual paths. So you can either merge with God and return, or perhaps you merge with spirit and you don't come back. And that can be the person who's sort of lost, right, in the spiritual realm. And so the 12th house speaks to where we might, and what ways we might be challenged with this on a spiritual level. Okay. So Neptune either uplifts us into God, the 12th house uplifts us into God, or we get lost in the realm of spirit. And we don't know how to come back. We don't know how to ground it. That's the biggest challenge. Okay. Welcome to House 12. I say it's the house of we are eternal. And so the 12th house really teaches us that we're not just a body. We're not just a physical vessel. We have a soul and a spirit. And how do we value that, and how do we allow that to teach us and guide us? If you believe that thoughts are powerful magnets attracting what you wish, what would you wish for? And so the 12th house also relates to our ability to dream, our ability to fantasize, our ability to imagine. It's already yours, the universe says. So it relates to our ability to connect to the universal energy, the source energy, the field from which everything is created. So you can think of the 12th house as the ocean. And all the other houses are like drops in the ocean, like all rivers flow to the ocean, right? So we've been going down different rivers and tributaries, and we've been traveling through the geography of the house. But now we've reached the ocean. We've reached the path where every stream comes together. That is what the 12th house represents. I'm super happy you are all here. When you look at this picture, one way to examine it through the lens of the 12th house is this prayer position, right? This prayer position. And it's the space that we go when we're connecting to our higher self. And so that's the 12th house relates to the prayer. It relates to the intention. It relates to that space and that place that you go spiritually when you are tuning into source and you're asking, you're wishing, and you're praying. That is the arena of the 12th house, is this space right here. That moment of prayer, that is the 12th house. Enlightenment is when a wave realizes it is the ocean. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's all I need to say about the 12th house. Okay, we can go for today. All right, here we go. So we've traveled around the entire chart. We started in the house of the self and beginnings and self-worth, and we've gone all the way around. And now we arrive in the 12th house, the house of dreams, secrets, the subconscious mind, intuition, and imagination. And so here we are. Here we are. We have begun the process. We've begun the process. Oh, it's a powerful time. It's a powerful time. So let's go deeper. When there is spiritual awakening, you awaken into the fullness, the aliveness, and also the sacredness of now. You were absent, asleep, and now you are present and awake. Eckhart Tolle. And so the 12th house relates to all those spiritual teachers like Eckhart Tolle, right? Like the Buddha, like Jesus. All those teachers that teach us about being here now. Ram Dass, right? There's nothing to do in the 12th house. There's nowhere to go. There's nothing you have to accomplish. Imagine for a minute the 12th house. Imagine that life is like this big party, right? It's this big carnival atmosphere. You go outside your door and it's loud and there's people and there's cars and there's work. That's kind of like the 6th house. That's kind of like Virgo energy. Then you go into a retreat space, you close the door, put on some soft music, you light a candle, and you go within. That is the 12th house. That is that inner space. Now, if we don't cultivate our inner space can start to sound like a crazy party. Have you noticed that? Like we can go into a silent, quiet space and close the door, and it's like our head is like, wah, like crying loud and noises, and it's like there's a party in our own head. And so that's where meditation and yoga and all the art forms come into play, that they are all associated with the 12th house. So yoga is associated with the 12th house. Tai Chi, Qigong, all of those things are related to the 12th house. The ashram. Thank you, Yola. It's like I was like, so here we have two polarities. We have the mental hospital and we have the ashram. Now, one of the reasons we probably have mental hospitals is because the community is not in place to support people who are spiritual. So for thousands of years, people who were very spiritually, had spiritual abilities became the shamans, became the dream teachers, the people who guided their community through vision. Now, those people are often labeled as crazy, or that there's something wrong with them because they have extrasensory spiritual abilities where they see things. And people think they're crazy, but really they're just tuning into spiritual truth. Some of them are traumatized and wounded and they are off, right? They're not in their right mind. But one of the reasons that they get there is that the community is not put in such a way to support them. And so mental health, I think a better way of looking at it, like community mental health, is really giving back the support and infrastructure of the community that we used to have. Right? It's just we need to put into place what we've always had, which is the support of the community, so that people who are spiritual and sensitive are supported. Right? And I think Alex, Karen, Yola, this can speak to all of you very personally because you care, right? You care about the well-being of the people that you know and are close to. And so how can we help support our communities? How can we help support all the people in our worlds? And the 12th house relates to humanitarianism. It relates to this deep compassion, this deep well. Like Pisces people are the most sympathetic, emotional, empathic, caring sign of the whole zodiac. They literally feel and empath everything. So if they have a partner or a friend who's feeling bad, they will know. Can you relate to that? Like you probably all, if you're on this call, you probably have that gift where you intuit how people are feeling. And when you have that gift, it can be a lot because sometimes you think you're feeling your own self, but you're actually feeling your friend or your partner or your parent or your community. And you're like, oh my God. Right. And so that's where meditation comes in again, so that you can start to release that which is not yours. Okay. To make the right choices in life, you have to get in touch with your soul. To do this, you need to experience solitude, which most people are afraid of because in the silence you hear the truth and now the solutions. Deepak Chopra, right? And so the 12th house relates to going within, finding our spiritual center, meditation. Yes, yes, and yes. Thank you, Yola. Yes, yes. And so, Yola, this is a very special class for you because your Atma Karaka, your soul planet, is Mars and Pisces. And the language of Pisces is often wordless. The language of Pisces is felt in emotion and feeling. People who have Mercury in Pisces communicate best through sound, art, and dance because it's a language that is beyond words, right? They're in touch with the psychic pulsation of the ether. They're tuning in to the energy of consciousness. They're feeling people's emotions. It's like waves. Pisces people communicate through waves, right? Waves of emotion, waves of feeling. They're highly psychic, right? So when you think of people who are psychic communicators, that is Pisces, that is Neptune, that is the 12th house. If someone wants to be a psychic, if someone wants to be a tarot card reader, if someone wants to work on people's subconscious or dream state, look to the 12th house, look to Neptune, and look to Pisces, because that's where you'll find the information. Okay. So welcome to the 12th house. We've already kind of begun, but today we are definitely going to cover what is the 12th house about, what planet rules this house, which of course is Neptune, what is Pisces all about, which is the sign associated with the 12th house. So we have the 12th house ruled by Neptune. Neptune rules Pisces. And so 12th house, Neptune, and Pisces are kind of the collective family or tribe. I also have to mention that in Vedic astrology, Pisces is ruled by Jupiter. Okay, so that's a little different. I thought I would only focus on Neptune here because we've already talked a lot about what Jupiter and who Jupiter is in the chart. And so it's the same energy. It's just that Vedic astrology uses Jupiter as the ruling planet, whereas mainstream astrology uses Neptune. And I feel resonant with using Neptune for Pisces. Because it just seems to make sense to me when we go into it, right? The king of the sea ruling Pisces, that just feels very right to me. Okay, so welcome to the 12th house. Here we are. The 12th house, we are internal, dreams, fantasy, imagination, coming home to yourself, channeling, psychic abilities, intuition, the subconscious, waters of intuition, meditation, mediation, introspection, hypnosis, lucid dreaming, and near-death experiences. So this is the house of all of those weird spiritual phenomena. People going out of their body, people talking about the afterlife. This is the house of all the weird psychic phenomenon. I was actually watching a lot of videos over the last couple of days around psychic phenomenon. And I think I wanted to start the first video giving information about one of the most well-known, renowned psychic channelers of all time. Has everyone here heard of Edgar Cayce? No. So Edgar Cayce is like one of the most famous all-time channelers, psychic, who you'll see in a moment what his story is. But he is a prime example of the 12th house Piscean energy and psychic ability, psychic phenomenon. He's really incredible. He's made predictions, and his birthday is actually March 18th. And so he is a genuine Pisces. And I just thought, wow, that's so amazing to find an actual Pisces who is a psychic channel. So this will be very interesting. We're just going to learn. We're not going to listen to the whole video. If you want to find it on YouTube, it's, you just look up Edgar Cayce documentary from 2012. It's from A&E, so it's a very well done documentary. Okay. Gary Douglas, yes. So another example of channeling is the man from Access Consciousness that Yola and I have both studied from, Gary Douglas, who channeled 32 points on the head that you can do energy clearing work with. So Yola, another example of 12th house Piscean energy would be having the bars run. When the bars are run, it puts everyone into a very altered brainwave state. And so the 12th house rules all the forms of brainwave states that are different than conscious. That's why hypnosis, channeling, tarot cards, dreaming, anywhere where our brainwave state changes from conscious mental alert, talking, to deep awareness and being is the realm of the 12th house, Neptune, and Pisces, anytime in our lives. So if we're at the ocean and we go into a different state, if we are dreaming, if we are in our imagination, we often go into our deepest unconscious brainwave state, right? So all those times when your mind dips from like, I'm conscious, alert, and focused, planning and thinking with the beta brainwave to any form of alpha or theta, other forms of consciousness, that is the 12th house. That is us getting in tune with the psychic realms. Okay. So let's meet one of the most amazing psychic channels of all time, according to history, Edgar Cayce.
Consciousness. Carry.
Oh, sorry.
Celebrated American psychic Edgar Cayce would lie down, pray, and enter a trance-like state of altered consciousness. In this state, Cayce diagnosed illnesses in medical terms he knew nothing of awake. He described distant events as they were happening, talked of past lives and incarnations in the fabled Atlantis. He predicted the stock market crash of 1929, the fall of communism, and warned of cataclysmic earth changes that would send cities tumbling into the sea. Through thousands of his readings, as they are called, Edgar Cayce has become the most documented psychic of the 20th century. On a Sunday afternoon on March 18, 1877, Edgar Cayce was born here on a small farm 8 miles from the Christian county town of Hopkinsville, Kentucky. He was the second child of Leslie and Carrie Cayce, but the first to live. A daughter born 2 years earlier hadn't survived her first birthday. Edgar was particularly close with his grandparents, Sarah and Thomas Jefferson Cayce. On a hot summer day in June 1881, Edgar, age 4, witnessed his grandfather's tragic death. They had been riding horseback when they came upon this pond near the farm. Edgar was let down, and his grandfather rode in to cool the animal.
The horse was scared by something and threw the grandfather off. He had his foot caught in a stirrup and drowned before anybody could get there. And Edgar witnessed that. He was on the bank.
Edgar claimed he was visited often by his dead grandfather in a barn where the tobacco crops were fired. Edgar said he would tell him stories about the Civil War and let him stroke his chin whiskers. These stories brought ridicule from some, but Edgar's mother and grandmother wouldn't allow him to be ashamed of his ability to see what others did not. At the age of 7, Edgar began his schooling in this one-room schoolhouse. In his own words, he was a dull student, but then he found a book that interested him, a gift Bible from his parents. He began studying it and soon was inspired to read it once through for every year of his life.
You read it every day. You have to read it every day to go through the whole Bible in a year. And he went through that Bible at least 67 or 68 times, at least that many times that he read it. And how many of us can tell we've went through the Bible one time? Not a bad book to know about.
In May of 1890, at age 13, Edgar's life changed forever. Already a baptized member of the Disciples of Christ Church, Edgar visited his favorite retreat in the woods near his home to reread the story of Samson and the vision of Manoah. That night, after Edgar prayed for the ability to help his fellow man, he received a vision of his own. He wrote later, "A glorious light as the rising morning sun seemed to fill the whole room, and a figure appeared at the foot of my bed, an angel or what I knew not. Patiently it said, 'Thy prayers are heard, you will have your wish. Remain faithful, be true to yourself. Help the sick, the afflicted.'" The next day, Edgar was in a daze at school, preoccupied with his vision. He was kept after class for repeatedly misspelling the word cabin. That night, his father tutored Edgar so late that the boy finally begged for a 5-minute break.
He just felt that if he could just sleep on that book a few minutes, he would know it better. So his father, my grandfather, said, "All right, you try it, and I'll be back in 5 minutes." And about 5 minutes later, he came back, and Dad knew every word in the book, which page it was on. And from then on, he just began sleeping on his books, and he became a rather bright student from an average student.
How Edgar learned his lessons this way was a mystery. At the very least, he had developed some sort of photographic memory. He used this ability to land a job at a bookstore by memorizing their sales catalog cover to cover. In 1892, excitement swept Christian County. Former resident Adlai E. Stevenson was Grover Cleveland's running mate. A day before a victory celebration in Hopkinsville, Edgar received a schoolyard injury when a baseball struck his spine. Later that day, he behaved wildly in class, shrieking with laughter. On the way home, he stood in the street and stopped traffic. That night, Edgar mystified his parents by giving detailed instructions for an herb poultice to be applied to his spinal injury while he slept. In the morning, he remembered nothing of his accident or strange behavior. But now neighbors began to talk, including a local doctor, the father of a young girl Edgar was smitten with.
He led Edgar to believe that he was in danger of going insane, which seems to me the ultimate in cruelty for a doctor to say that to a boy.
Some believe Edgar's psychic powers had been triggered by these boyhood incidences. But before she died, Edgar's grandmother hinted that her husband had powers too, that he could move tables and chairs with his mind. But Edgar had little time to ponder these mysteries. In 1893, at age 16, he was forced to leave school after completing only 8 grades and go to work in the fields. His father, who preferred the lofty title, the Squire, was barely keeping the family from poverty.
My father remembered the Squire, and he said that he would always have a clean bib, clean shirt on and tie, and well shaven, and he would just look like he was worth $1 million, but he wasn't.
Soon the Casey family quit the farm entirely to try their luck in town. They moved to this house in Hopkinsville. In 1895, when Edgar was 18, he fell in love with the prettiest young girl in town. Her name was Gertrude Evans.
She was patrician, he was a farm boy. It was an unlikely match. They were both people of faith, and they connected there. She saw in him idealism, beautiful idealism. She saw in him integrity. He was not phony. I think she saw in him adventure.
Edgar didn't wait long to ask for her hand in marriage, and Gertrude happily accepted. The wedding, however, would have to wait until Edgar found a better-paying job. In 1900, Edgar and his father began working as traveling insurance agents, but the business seemed doomed to fail. Edgar caught cold and suddenly lost his voice. Unable to pitch his product, he returned to Hopkinsville and took a job that didn't require him to speak: apprentice photographer. It was immediately clear in photographs of the town and of his favorite model, fiancée Gertrude, that Edgar had found a talent. But after 10 months of unsuccessful medical treatments, Casey was still without his normal speaking voice. He had lost all hope for a cure.
He tried everything. None of the doctors seemed able to help him. And the hypnotist in town, hypnotism was kind of a fad then. And somebody suggested trying hypnotism.
Intrigued, Edgar arranged a meeting with a local hypnotist named Al Lane. He would never forget the date, March 31st, 1901.
It was on a Sunday afternoon, and that after church, and that Al Lane came out to the house on West 7th Street, and they went into the dining room and closed the doors.
Edgar was instructed on self-hypnosis and with surprising ease put himself to sleep. Lane gave him the hypnotic suggestion that he speak in a normal tone of voice. After a minute, he began to mumble. Then, to everyone's shock, Edgar said in a clear, unafflicted voice, "Yes, we can see the body."
And he described the condition that he had. It was a circulatory problem in his throat. And it was said that it could be corrected by suggestion.
Casey was given the hypnotic suggestion that his circulation returned to normal. After a moment, he sat up and spat blood.
I don't say he was cured, but he was better at that respect. And cousin Sarah, who I talked to before she died, that was Edgar's sister, youngest sister, said that they would not let her in the room, but she peeked through the keyhole and saw it happen.
Edgar was elated, but not for long. His throat ailment called aphonia returned several times over the next year. Each time, Lane would conduct the reading, as he called it, and restore Edgar's voice. Lane, a mail-order osteopath, began to wonder if Edgar could diagnose other patients' ailments as well. He convinced Casey to try.
And so it was Al Lane who pushed him to do this, pretty much against Edgar's will. Edgar didn't really feel comfortable doing that because he didn't understand it.
While in his altered state, Edgar described illnesses in precise medical terms, in language he knew nothing about in his waking state. Detailed remedies followed.
Sometimes he would call a prescription by name. I mean, take bromoquinine, or take castor oil, or whatever it was that he was using.
But these strange powers and their implications terrified Casey. He had never studied medicine. He was no doctor and wondered what right he had to act like one. More and more he wanted out.
Who wouldn't say, I don't want this junk. It's too weird, it's too heavy. I don't want to see all this stuff or feel this kind of stuff or feel responsible for it.
When a job opened up at a bookstore in Bowling Green, 30 miles from home, Edgar jumped at the chance. There he joined the nearby church and began teaching Sunday school, something he had done since his early teens. At 22, there was only one thing he missed back in Hopkinsville: his bride-to-be.
All right. So I just wanted to give you a brief introduction into Edgar Casey. He's known as the sleeping prophet. And so he would go to sleep, basically into a hypnotic state, and people would come to see him. And he would be able to say without fail their illness, their malady, how to treat it, what to do. And he healed tons of people. He's one of the most famous, world-renowned psychic healers of all time. Yeah, fascinating, right? Like this guy, this phenomenon is very widespread. Anyone want to share anything that was pretty interesting? What'd you think, Alex?
Oh yeah, it was very interesting. I'm just so curious, did he end up going back to the psychic stuff or like from where this video stops, or
Well,
did
we
he
can
just
watch
stop?
more if you want.
Oh, I feel like I'll even watch it on my own even.
he
It's
he
so
ended up doing the healing, and would you like to hear a couple of his predictions?
Sure, yeah.
He's most famous, and this is really gnarly, for predicting that one day there would be a pole shift in America. The poles would shift on the planet. And that when the poles shifted, it would cause the coastlines to change. And he actually has maps of what he said the United States would look like after this. And he predicted that this would happen when two very specific volcanoes went off at the same time. And one of the volcanoes is in Italy, and one of the volcanoes is in the South Pacific. And so he said that once those two volcanoes went off at the same time, you would have 90 days to retreat from the coastline. And he predicted that LA, San Francisco, and then New York would be gone after that. because the waters would come in. Karen, have you heard this before? No. Yeah. Very interesting. But he did say that predictions can be changed. He did say that, yes, here are my predictions, but if you raise the consciousness on the planet enough, we don't have to have this happen. Yeah,
Wow.
Yola, I know. Please research, do some muscle testing. See, is this accurate? Is this true? I was looking at the map last night and I was just like, oh my God, because I live in California, right? And in his map, California's gone. It's gone. In fact, the water goes to Midway, Arizona.
Wait, has this like happened or is supposed to happen soon?
It
When
was
is
one of
it gonna
his,
happen?
it was one of his predictions.
Oh wow, when does he think it's gonna happen?
So he said that there would be a warning, which would be that one volcano in Sicily would go off at the same time as the Pele. I don't remember the Sicily volcano name, but the other volcano's name was Pele. The Pele volcano would go off. And so he said when those two volcanoes went off at the same time, you would have 90 days to evacuate from the coastline.
Oh my God.
I know. I was like, oh my God. I was like on the edge of my seat last night. I was like, Mom. So just
Yeah, I
information.
did hear about that before, but I didn't know it was Edward Casey. People used to joke back in the 80s of California breaking off into the ocean. They said it would have happened by now, but of course it
Yeah,
didn't.
right. Yeah, there's been a lot of talk about it for a long time. It hasn't happened, right? Those two volcanoes have not gone off at the same time yet. So that's good. I mean, ideally, with enough prayer and enough creative visualization, we can keep the land as it is and not have to go inland. Okay. But I felt like I have a responsibility to share this all with you if I come across this information so that you all can be prepared and look into it. And Yola, you know how to muscle test, right? So I was thinking it would be really cool to muscle test. Edgar Casey has a ton of predictions. And I was thinking it would be cool to muscle test and see, okay, are these predictions true? Are they going to happen or are they not? Right. So that's something to keep in mind, is that maybe this isn't going to happen at all anymore. Maybe we've outgrown that prediction. But I definitely think knowing about it seems like an important thing just in case, right? Yeah. So I wanted to give you the hardest idea from him first, so then you can process it out of your system. And you know, predictions are predictions. They're not facts. They're potentials. And the timeline of the future is always changing based on the energy that we put out in every given moment. So just because he was very accurate doesn't mean that his predictions are all going to come true. It just means he was tuning into potentials, right? And would you agree, you know, California and New York could use some energy clearing? Yeah, and so many Nostradamus predictions too. I mean, there's a lot. There's a lot, and we're living in those times that they talk about. And so everyone's on the edge of their seat, which adds to the agitation when the best thing we can do is stay calm, stay centered, stay connected to our inner voice and our inner guidance. Yeah. Any questions or comments? Any more thoughts, Alex?
Oh, thanks for sharing. Yeah, I believe it. That's so cool. Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, study it. I'd watch the rest of the video. It's
Mhm.
interesting to look at his maps. Interesting to test it, muscle test it, and see what you
Mhm.
get.
Definitely.
Very interesting. Yeah. Yeah, and that's the 12th house for you. That's one role of the 12th house, our predictions. And you know, when I channel for you psychic information about your chart, where I'm tuning into the energy of your chart, that's the 12th house as well.
Conscious.
Okay. So is meditation. So is yoga. All of these things. relate to the 12th house? Here is an ancient Swami Shivananda prayer. It's very beautiful, right? So all the practices of yoga, Kundalini yoga, all these things, all of this relate to the 12th house. Okay. So remember how I mentioned the 12th house relates to the dream, right? The dream world, dreams, dreamland, fantasy, imagination. I came across this ancient mythology of dreaming from the Australian Aboriginal. So this is the ancient Aboriginal Australian myth of creation. And it's just so beautiful. And it so clearly expresses the energy of the 12th house. So join me. We're just going to dive in here for a moment into the 12th house, the energy of dreaming and creation.
Once there was nothing but the spirit of all life. For a long time, the spirit of all life dwelt in the nothing. Then, in the mind of the spirit of life, a dreaming began. In the empty darkness, there was a dreaming of fire. And the colors of fire illuminated the darkness within the mind of the spirit of life. Then came a dreaming of wind, and the fire snapped and snarled, fed by the blowing of wind in the mind of the spirit of life. Then came a dreaming of rain, and with it a great struggle. For a long time, the battle of fire, wind, and rain raged in the dreaming. And the Great Spirit liked the dream. So, the dreaming continued. Eventually, the battle waned between fire, wind, and rain. The calm that followed brought a dreaming of earth and sky, and of land and sea. For a long time, this dreaming continued. The Great Spirit began to grow tired from the long dreaming, but knew the dream was not finished, and wanted the dream to continue. So life was sent into the dream to make it real, and for creator spirits to continue the dreaming. So, the spirit of all life sent the secret of dreaming into the world. And the secret of dreaming entered into the spirit of Barramandi, who is the fish. And Barramandi descended to the deep, still waters, relaxed in the calm, and began to dream. The dream took Barramandi to waves and wet sand. But Barramandi did not understand the dream, and wanted to dream only of the deep, still waters. So Barramandi passed the secret of dreaming to the spirit of the Kariki, who is the turtle. Kariki paddled out of the waves, settled onto the wet sand, and began to dream. Kariki dreamed the smoothness of pebbles and the warmth of the sun. But Kariki did not understand the dream, and wanted to dream only of the waves and wet sand. So Kariki guided the secret of dreaming to the spirit of Bogai, who is the lizard. Bogai Bogai climbed onto a bed of pebbles, felt the sun's heat upon his back, and began to dream. The dreaming flew Bogai through the clear sky by the lift of the wind. But Bogai did not understand the dream, and wanted to dream only of the smooth pebbles and sunshine. So Bogai ushered the secret of dreaming onto the spirit of Banjil, who is the eagle. Banjil harnessed the wind under her wings, soared in the cloudless sky, and began to dream. Banjil dreamed of tall trees and the blanket of night sky. But Banjil did not understand the dream, and wanted to dream only of the wind and open sky. So Banjil released the secret of dreaming onto the spirit of Kunerang, who is the possum. Kunerang scampered into the tallest tree, lost herself in the twinkling of stars, and began to dream. The dream sang Kunerang the rustle of yellow grass and white plains. But Kunerang did not understand the dream, and wanted to dream only of great trees and the blackness of night. So Kunerang allowed the secret of dreaming to pass onto the spirit of Gangaru, which is the kangaroo. Gangaru leapt high above the yellow grass, contemplated the white plain, and began to dream. The dreaming tickled the ears of Gangaru with music and song and laughter, but Gangaru did not understand the dream, and wanted to dream only of the broad plains and the swaying grass. So Gangaru handed the secret of dreaming to the spirit of humanity. And man and woman walked across the land and saw all the works of creation given life by the dreaming of the mind of the spirit of all life. Woman and man heard the chorus of birds on at dawn, saw the red sun hit the horizon at dusk, and began to dream. They dreamed of joining in the music of dawnbirds, of dancing with the head bobbing emu, and of sinking into Oka with the sunset. They dreamed also of the laughter of children, and man and woman understood the dream. So they continued to dream, and dreamed again all the dreams that had come before. They dreamed of the deep, tranquil water, of the waves and damp sand, of the rocks and sunbeams, of the clear sky and breeze, of the trees and the night sky, and of the plains of yellow grass. And woman and man learned through the dreaming that all creatures were their spirit cousins, and that they must protect the dreaming of all life. And they dreamed of their child, who they knew would soon arrive. And they dreamed of how they would teach these secrets of dreaming to his child who was not yet born. Then the great spirit of life knew at last that the secret of dreaming was safe. Being tired from the dreaming of creation, the spirit of all life entered the land to rest and recover. That is why now, when the spirits of all creatures become tired, they join the spirit of life in the land. This is why the land is sacred, and man and woman must be its caretakers. just as they protect the secret of dreaming.
Okay. So, anyone want to share why you think I shared that for the 12th house? Yeah, Karen, Alex, Yola. Well, how is that 12th house? What was 12th house about it? Go ahead, Alex.
You sure you guys don't have anything? I don't want to dominate too much.
No, you don't dominate. I think Karen may be busy and Yola's driving, so you're fine.
Okay. Just made me think that like how our society doesn't value dreaming, and this is showing that like dreaming is valuable, like all the like spirituality of Pisces.
It's like their whole life, huh?
That's true, kind of like for the animals. Yeah. Yeah, I always think animals are very spiritual. I don't spend much time around them, but they have a lot of time on their hands. If
Yeah.
especially if they're domesticated and they're just getting fed all the time.
So that's one of the energetics of the 12th house is having infinite time. It's the realm of like there's not anything you have to do, there's nowhere you have to go, everything's just presence. It's just beingness. It's slow. It's not going anywhere. Yola says, very fascinating for me, and I am closer and closer to it with time passing. Taking time off this year for myself more. Yes, Yola. That's what the 12th house asks us to do, is to take time off to go within, to get into the stillness. Oh, Yola says, I never knew in the past what that was. Now I'm learning how to do it. Exactly. Yeah, most of us have been raised in this society that's all about doing and the masculine and action and thinking and planning. And we have very little respect or value for the being, right? The simply, when you go out on a walk and you hear the birds and you see the sun and you feel the wind, that state of consciousness, that is the 12th house, that is Pisces, that is Neptune. If I could just distill it down for you, that's what it is that state of beingness. Surrender is, so Yola says, surrender is the word of the 12th house for me. And Yola, I couldn't agree. Oh, come on, be right back. There's my camera. I couldn't agree with you more. I think surrender is maybe the most challenging lesson of the 12th house and maybe of life in general. And how fitting that it would be in the 12th house that we have surrender appearing, right? Okay. So I also chose it because mainly for how slow it was, right? It was very slow, like there wasn't much happening. So the 12th house relates to that time we give where it's not cluttered with things. It's just about the beingness. It's just about the breath. So breath work, hypnosis, qigong, meditation. We talk a lot about things. We have cups and spoons and hairbrushes and cars and families and businesses, but we don't often talk about the space, right? So if we just paused right now and just tuned into our space, we have so much space around us, right? We have so much amazing space all around us. Hold on one second, please. Trying to get my mom to come say hi. She wouldn't. Oh well, one day. I'm working on it.
Tell her I'm asking too.
I know. I know. I told
We
her,
was
I'm
all
like,
looking.
everyone wants to meet you. And she is very shy,
Okay.
but wonderful. So she's got a lot of Piscean energy, right? And so Piscean energy tends to be quiet. It tends to be more internal. I'm not so excited about being on the stage and performing. She's often said to me, she said, I didn't expect my daughter to go out on live camera YouTube channel talking about me and astrology. She said, I didn't ever plan on that happening. I was showing her my video and I was talking about her. She's like, I didn't plan on that. And I said, woo, yeah, Mom, it's good to see you shining. So dreams do come true, right? If you have them. And that's one thing Yola, our mentor, always says is dreams do come true if you have them. And so the 12th house is where we have them, right? The 12th house is where we go to fantasize, to watch movies, right? Neptune in the 12th house and Pisces also relate to film. So if you're working with someone who wants to be an actor or they are an actor, you want to see where their Neptune is, you want to see where what's going on in their 12th house, and you want to see where Pisces is in their astrology chart. Okay. So another aspect of the 12th house is spiritual retreat. And Yola was talking about how this year she's taking time off. She's going to focus on herself and self-care and really caring for herself and really going within. And so the 12th house is the home of spiritual retreat. It's the home of self-care. It's that place we go when you turn off all the lights and you just go within and you rest and you nourish yourself. And it's that beautiful space of imagination that lives within you. So I wanted to share with you a little video clip of one woman's journey through her spiritual retreat and a couple of beautiful video footages of other spiritual retreats to give you the feeling of the Piscean spiritual retreat, what it looks like, what you might relate to with it.
One of our first days, we got to experience a Balinese water blessing ceremony. Just arrived at the temple and we have to wear some coverings while we do that, so that's what we're putting on right now. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. My name is Jayla.
And this beautiful temple and ritual, even with a little obstacle in the midst of it. I can see I'm getting my way, but I'm just trying to stay in this meditative state as I'm walking around. It really reconnected me to why I started everything that I'm doing today in the first place. We started off with a prayer connecting to our absolute biggest dreams in life, and then during every single one of these water blessing fountains that were just a tiny little bit cold to be in, we repeatedly, maybe 20 times, prayed for this to come true. And there's just power in doing that over and over and over again, because every time you do it, it just feels like you connect on a deeper level and the dream just feels more and more real. And you can absolutely experience this at home. I've many times throughout my life written down in my journal my biggest dream over and over and over again, and many of them have become my reality today. Seriously, you should give it a try. Yeah. What I wished for was that I'm going to be impacting 1 million people's lives this year, and I felt it within. We just got to our restaurant. I got some sort of a chicken kind of thing. And if you're someone who thinks that all this dreaming and praying and goal setting is a little bit woo-woo, then I'm about to get a little bit more woo-woo on you now. The restaurant that we just ate at has this like pool that apparently is a part of the eating field, so we're tanning a little bit. We have like 40 minutes before we go have a sound healing situation. There's a hummingbird, which is actually kind of crazy because I asked when I was, this is going to sound weird, but when I was meditating yesterday, I asked the universe, God, for a hummingbird if I was on the right path, because I feel like going into this retreat, I knew that I needed to make some shifts within my daily life, but also the things that I put out there and my whole like mission in life has gone a little sidetracked and I need to refocus. And so the fact that there's a hummingbird right here is actually insane. Next time you're doubting anything in your life, seriously, try asking for a sign. Oh my gosh, I just got some sun. 30 minutes in the poly.
You did water. So Yola's saying she did those water ceremonies in Bali. Oh, how beautiful. Yeah, how special is that?
Sun does it. That's all you need. Also, we just got to this healing ceremony place. It's beautiful. I love sound healing. I used to be an atheist and I didn't believe in anything, but then I read the book The Universe Has Your Back by Gabby Bernstein, and I started giving all these little things a try, and it converted me completely. And these first two retreat awakenings lead me to the third, which is eliminating self-doubt. Because when I feel that I'm aligning my daily habits to what makes me feel good, and I'm connected to the energy that's surrounding me, and I dare to dream big, for me at least, as someone who's dealt with a lot of self-doubt, it's as if this doubting part of me slowly starts to disappear. And so during this Balinese letting go ceremony, self-doubt is what I decided to let go of. And it got me really excited. Okay, so something pretty crazy happened. As you may be able to tell here, my mom had been experiencing a crazy back pain. But then we got to meet the Balinese healer, Buriasa. When he heard my mom had had this back pain, he touched her for less than 30 seconds and...
What are you feeling now?
I can't feel it now. Well, it was gone. It is time for my first Balinese healing session. My mom was just in there and said that he was spot on with her. So I'm really excited to see what he says. He took a quick look at my palms, and from that he could tell about so many things that were going on inside of my body. He said a lot of the same things that I had been told last year during my Ayurveda retreat in Sri Lanka. You think I drink enough water?
Yeah, because it's no dehydration.
Oh, good. What I wasn't too happy about this year was that my sugar tooth is what was causing
Your son does need that. Yes. Yes, Yola. We all need that, I think.
my bloating. Yes, I eat a lot of sweet things. It's not good. Should I stop?
Better. You're slim, but this stomach is too much gas.
Yes, I feel I have a lot of gas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You want to see it?
I feel bloated a lot.
Yeah. See?
Yeah.
And drink more water.
Warm water. Okay.
When you wake up, drink more water.
And less sugar.
Yeah.
He then went on to heal my chakras, and I can't explain, but it did just make me feel amazing. And then the next day, I'm about to go get my first ever tarot card reading. Get to know my future, my past. What are we about to get to know? Exciting. He was pretty darn accurate when it came to things about my past and present, and I mean my future. As strong next year? Oh, yes, I need that.
Money, productivity.
Okay.
You are using like your productivity here to, because Earth is like crown chakra, mostly they read about like the crown, to bring in again food or nourishment for your next level of planning and production.
Right now. Whether it comes true or not, we'll see, but I just love this tarot card reading. This entire retreat has felt like a dopamine detox. Like, I could not just be laying like this without any audiobook, without any nothing when I first got here. I'm literally just like catching myself sitting in my own thoughts, just like doing nothing. Today,
So, what were some of the things that she did that are totally 12th house? Alex, you might want to take this. I think Karen and Yola are a bit busy.
Okay. Like the meditating, doing nothing, yeah, just feeling the spirituality, the water. Oh, hold on. I need to make sure my thing is plugged in. Sorry. Yeah.
So the tarot card reading, that's 12th house.
Oh, okay.
The water.
Yeah.
The healer. So the healer is interesting, right? Because we talked about how Virgo is the healer, right?
Mm-hmm.
But Pisces is also the healer. But Pisces is the spiritual healer. So, you know, if someone asks you, am I a healer? You want to look at Pisces and Virgo. And if they have more planets in Pisces and the 12th house, you could say, oh, you're more of a spiritual healer. So energy work or sound healing or Qigong or energy clearing. They're going to be someone who's better at tarot card reading and mysticism versus like diet, nutrition, and exercise. Oh, how interesting. So Yola says, I took my Bali retreat participants to the Eat, Pray, Love. And no, she took her Bali retreat participants and did the Eat, Pray, Love experience, yoga, water ceremonies, and psychic readings. It was off the hook. You didn't know it was all 12 house. Yes, Yola and your Atma, the soul planet in your chart, is your Mars in Pisces. And so Pisces and the 12th house and Neptune are what your soul mission is, right? And so you doing that Bali retreat was like your soul mission. It was like you most deeply expressing your divine purpose, right? You were really expressing who you are. And when are you doing the next Bali retreat? Maybe we could collaborate. I want to go. That sounds amazing. Right? And so that's no wonder Yola was like, let's do this class today. Yes, let's do it. I have been craving Bali. I've been like, I need to go to Bali. I don't know why. It just speaks to me, the fruit and the waterfalls and the beauty. Amazing place. Totally, Yola. Amazing place. So, whoo, powerful, powerful, powerful. So now I want to show you just a couple of, one of the other things, Yola, is that the 12th house relates to foreign lands, just like the 9th house does. And so if you have Pisces as your Atma, you're also going to have a connection to foreign lands. And so I wanted to, yeah, the 9th house, the 12th house also relates to foreign lands, especially in Vedic astrology. So I wanted to take you on a little travel experience through many retreat centers, because the 12th house is all about retreat. It's all about rejuvenation. It's all about going within. And these are some of the most beautiful spots on the planet to do that. Ah! Trying to figure out technology is another story for Lotus. Okay, so here we go. Sorry for the fast forwarding.
Corners of the world. Whether you're looking to find inner peace, reconnect with nature, or deepen your spiritual practice, these sanctuaries offer an escape from the hustle and bustle of everyday life. So, let's dive right in and discover the transformative power of these spiritual havens. Number 1. Ashram in the Himalayas. Our first retreat takes us to the majestic Himalayan mountains, where our first retreat, a serene ashram, welcomes you, and fostering an enduring appreciation for our planet's splendor and the integral role each of us plays in its preservation. Here, yogis and seekers alike delve into the depths of ancient wisdom, meditation, and yoga. The pristine air and tranquil ambience inspire profound introspection and self-discovery.
Okay. Oh, hi, Alex. Okay. Yes, we can do that. We're gonna just watch this video and then we'll take a break. Assess what's true for you makes you lighter. That's right. That's right. Do you feel light? When you think of that thought, then it's probably true.
Join us on this transformative journey, unearthing the mysteries of the self amidst the breathtaking splendor of the Himalayas. Number 2. Buddhist Monastery in Thailand. We journey next to a tranquil Buddhist monastery nestled in Thailand's serene landscape. The monastery, with its rhythmic chants and vibrant temples, guided by the monk's wisdom, wraps visitors in a cloak of profound peace and enlightenment. Engage in meditation and mindfulness practices, embraced by seekers worldwide, leading to a refreshed sense of purpose and inner harmony. Come unravel the tranquility that this spiritual haven in Thailand has to offer. If you've been wanting to... Number 3. Shamanic Retreat in Peru. We now venture to the heart of the Peruvian Amazon for an enlightening shamanic retreat. This space, steeped in tradition, uses ancient plant medicines for healing, while spiritual guides orchestrate profound journeys of self-discovery. This transformative experience connects individuals deeply with their inner selves and the intricate tapestry of the natural world, offering a unique perspective on life and spiritual growth. Number 4, Yoga Ashram in India. In India, we encounter a traditional yoga ashram where seasoned gurus impart the intricate wisdom of yoga philosophy. Participants delve into yoga's spiritual dimensions, interweaving physical postures, meditation, and breathing techniques. Guided by the ashram's simplicity and spiritual discipline, each individual embarks on a journey of self-discovery and true understanding, fostering deep connections with their inner selves and the world around them. Number 5, Silent Retreat in California. Our journey now brings us to California, home to a unique silent retreat fostering introspection and mindfulness. Here, participants detach from the outer world's noise, delving deep into the power of silence to explore their inner landscapes.
All right. Planning to go to Peru? Yes. So
This retreat serves as a
are you getting kind of the gist of things? There were several words that they said over and over again, and Yola was asking for the 3 words. Anyone want to guess what those 3 words this woman has been saying over and over again? What were they? Alex is like, oh, I wasn't paying attention to the words. Right. She said, go ahead.
I only heard like silence and retreat.
Yes. Okay, bingo. Good job. Okay. Good job. Okay. Silence, retreat, spirituality. And then Yola's word, of course, is surrender. So just imagine any good spiritual retreat. I almost shared some clips from Eat, Pray, Love, but honestly, she gets so angry in that movie. She's so fired up. Julia Roberts is like so like passionate, man. I was like, okay, this is pretty strong energy. So what I'm looking for is a softer, gentler energy. And so when someone's really upset, they probably need that retreat and rejuvenation the most, right? Because their yang energy is overcompensating. And so we need to increase the yin. And how do we do that? By rest, relaxation, and retreat. Yeah. Okay, any feedback about the last couple video clips, thoughts, awarenesses, cognitions? Did you know your cognitions are the best way to learn? So when you share your cognitions, it actually increases your ability to learn on a deeper level. That's why I'm like asking so many questions, is because I really desire for you to get this on deeper levels. Yeah, go ahead, Alex.
It was very inspiring with watching the retreat videos, and made me like feel like I was on a retreat too. So it made me, especially the first one was like very like, I don't know, very nice. And I kind of might start watching them sometimes because I might not be able to go out, but watching it makes you already feel it.
Yeah.
And,
You
yeah.
feel it, right? And that feeling, that's the 12th house. You know that feeling is you get it when you do sound healing. You get it when you have a tarot card reading. You get it in meditation. It's quiet. It's the stilling of the mind. Yeah. Yola. Oh, Yola says gratitude. My cognition. I love you, Lotus. Oh, thank you, Yola. I love you too. Oh my God. I do. I love you all so much. I was thinking about it. I was like, is it wrong as a teacher to love all your students so much? And I was just like, no, I just do. That's just who I am. So grateful for you all. And you know, by using our charts, we can learn more about who we are. Like Yola found out that her Atma Karaka is Pisces. And so I know her Atma Karaka is Pisces. And so today, going into the 12th house, going into Neptune, I'm like, oh my God, this is going to really speak to her soul, right? It's going to speak to her soul essence. And so for Alex, when we were at the beginning of the class and we were talking about Venus and Mars being in Sagittarius, I'm not sure if it's your Atma or not, but I know one of your planets is like directly conjunct Venus and Mars, one of your major planets. It's like the ruler of your midheaven. and it's in the 5th house, right? It's a very powerful point for you. So it's like, oh my gosh, this is really valuable, important information for Alex, right? And then we're going to look at Karen's granddaughter who was born and see how probably some really powerful, special things were happening there. Like, oh my gosh, I can already tell you, Karen, I can tell you one thing. Are you ready for this? Karen's granddaughter was born on Friday on the new moon, which is amazing, which makes her a Capricorn. And Karen's one of her main planets, maybe even her Atma, forgetting, is Venus in Capricorn. And so her little granddaughter, sun sign, is conjunct Karen's Venus, which is the planet of love. And so this little granddaughter just speaks directly to Karen's heart. It's just instant love. There's just nothing else, just pure love. And so I can already tell Karen that this little granddaughter is going to be a very important part of your life. I can already feel it. So amazing, right? And so the astrological chart just provides us such an amazing tool to know more of ourselves. That's really what it's here for. So thank you all. This has been an amazing first segment of class. We're going to speed it up here and get into some chart exploration. So because I know, Alex, you've got to go by 2:45. So is 5 minutes enough, or do you need more time? How's everyone doing out there?
Yeah, 5 minutes works great for me.
Okay. So it is now.
See you guys soon.
It is now 10 minutes. Yola will be. You get to join from home in 10 minutes? Oh, how lucky are we? Okay.
Awesome.
Okay, so 1:19. Okay, so between 1:25 and 1:30, I will see you soon.
Awesome. See you guys.
All right.
Sanctuary.
Welcome back. You have a good break, Alex?
Yeah, it was good. I did everything I needed to do, so I'm back refreshed. Thank you. How was
Yes,
yours?
our human needs.
Yeah.
Very muy importante. So, your visions will become clear only when you look into your own heart. Who looks outside dreams, who looks inside awakens. Carl Jung. So for thousands of years, our guides, teachers, and mentors, gurus, have been guiding us towards the truth, right? Towards our highest self, towards turning the mirror from outward facing to inward facing. And if there was one way of describing the 12th house, it would be to stop looking outside for fulfillment and start looking within. And at the end of the day, that's really where our truest love and joy and fulfillment live, is within. Yeah. So here are some YouTube videos. One is Edgar Cayce, that video I shared. One is this Saint Teresa prayer, which just taps into that frequency of the 12th house. And another is a video by Robert Zephyr called The Occult Secrets of the Phoenician Bath, right? So these are all, I mean, I could list 100 videos, if like 1,000,000 videos that would take you into the 12th house. Any movie, any fantasy movie, any sci-fi, anything where you go from one state of conscious to another, we're accessing the 12th house. Another huge component of the 12th house is spirituality. Every religion, every hymn, every call, any prayer, song, mantra, chant, that is the realm of the 12th house. Anything that when you do it, it takes you into an altered state of consciousness, that's the 12th house, right? And that's when we started to go into Edgar Cayce and his story. It's yoga. It's the study of the chakras. It's the study of energy. It's breath work. Right? Breath work helps us get into that state of consciousness. Hypnosis, yoga, anything that takes us from the conscious mind to the unconscious mind. O adorable Lord of mercy and love, salutations and prostrations unto thee. Thou art omnipresent, omnipotent, and omniscient. Thou art Sat Chid Ananda. Thou art existence, knowledge, and bliss absolute. Thou art the indweller of all beings. Grant us an understanding heart, equal vision, balanced mind, faith, devotion, and wisdom. Grant us inner spiritual strength to resist temptation and to control the mind. Free us from egoism, lust, anger, greed, hatred, and jealousy. Fill our hearts with divine virtues. Let us behold thee in all these names and forms. Let us serve thee in all these names and forms. Let us remember thee. Let us ever sing thy glories. And thy name be ever on our lips. Let us abide in thee, in you forever. Swami Satchidananda. Right? It's this powerful prayer, the use of words to bring us into this spiritual state. Right? It's all those ways that we harness our Yola! Yay! So good to see you. Even when she's going through it, she still looks beautiful. Beautiful Yola. So look at this. We've got the snakes twining up the spine. That is us accessing energy. The 12th house is that sacred knowledge. Right? It is all of the spiritual religions, right? This is Hinduism. They have all these relations to gods and deities, right? Buddhism, Buddha, right? All the spiritual traditions related to this form of religion. Sikhism, I mean, every spiritual tradition that you can think of, any path that leads you from ignorance to knowledge, from pain to spiritual transcendence, that is the 12th house. That is Pisces. That is Neptune, right? This leading from the darkness to the light. Sometimes people get lost in the darkness, right? And so that can be Neptunian in a way. Christianity, God, Jesus, Mother Mary, all of this. The Lord's Prayer, O Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Forgive us our debts, and we forgive our debtors. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. Amen. And so any spiritual text, this is the 12th house. Rejoice always, pray without ceasing, give thanks in all circumstances, for this is the will of God in Christ Jesus for you. And so the 12th house relates to our connection to our highest self, right? It's our ability to hear our own connection to God. Let's imagine that Jesus, God, is within us. 12th house is where we go to hear and listen to the message. The mountains, I become a part of it. The herbs, the fir tree, I become a part of it. The morning mists, the clouds, the gathering waters, I become a part of it. The wilderness, the dewdrops, the pollen, I become a part of it. And that's a Navajo chant. So the oneness, right? We've all heard about the oneness. That is the land of the 12th house. That is the land of Pisces. That is the land of Neptune. All of our oneness, our connection. That's what the 12th house is all about. Okay. So I would like to go now to our 12 houses and talk about them. I'm going to start with you, Alex, because you have to leave soonest. I'm going to make sure that we get to you. And so this is really interesting. I found that when we go one house at a time like this, we are able to go really deep on it. Whereas when we look at the whole chart, it can be a lot. Okay. All right, interesting. So you have Leo on the cusp of your 10th house. Yeah. So that means that you shine when it comes to going within. You shine when it comes to meditation. You shine at your inner world. They say with Leo on the 12th house, your inner world is sometimes brighter than your outer world. Like your imagination, your dreams, your inner life is very rich, very profound, right? Like your inner life is like a movie. You might often feel like, oh, I wish I could tell people all the things I experience, because it's like I'm living in a movie inside of myself. Like there's so much light, color, action, emotion, sensation. There's a whole movie. There's a whole world within you. And that's usually what Leo can represent. Does that resonate with you?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I feel very connected to the 12th house. And definitely it makes sense that I shine in it.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
then so the next step, right? Do you remember what the next step, once we look at what sign is on the house, where do we go next?
Go to the planet, like Neptune.
Well, we want to go actually
To
to
the
the
sun,
ruler
okay.
of Leo. Yeah. So first we identify your 12th house, it's Leo. Then we're going to go to the ruling planet of Leo, which is the sun. And your sun is in Aquarius, and it's also conjunct Saturn, conjunct the sun moon midpoint, I mean, it's very active in the 6th house. And so remember how I was saying how the 6th house and the 12th house are like Pisces and Virgo? So you have a lot of energy in Virgo's house, which means all the like physical body things, diet, routine, structure, exercise. You're someone who actually shines at combining meditation, breath work, spirituality with the body. Like you're really good at bringing those two worlds together. Like not only the deep spiritual introspection and awareness and psychic abilities, but also the body, right? Routine. What are you eating? How are you sleeping? Like I could see you being a really incredible diet nutrition coach, working with people, and maybe a yoga teacher, like a yoga teacher who also helps people with their diet, with their exercise routine, with their scheduling, because the 6th house is very meticulous in nature. It's very detail oriented. Are you very detail oriented? Like, are you aware of lots of the details?
Yeah, definitely more than most, for sure.
Yes. So you have an incredible focus on the details. So, being a chef, being a baker, being someone who has to keep track of all the details is actually really good for you. Now, typically the 12th house, I wouldn't say that. Typically the 12th house is like you go on a spiritual retreat, you get into the emotional realm. But since the ruler of your 12th house is the sun, you have a tendency to be very meticulous and profound with the body. And so being a diet nutrition coach, and even using astrology to help people with their diet and exercise, looking at their 6th houses and what do they have there, and what's the best form of exercise for them, might be really powerful for you. Yeah, so you're definitely someone more drawn to the physical realm than most with the 12th house, with the ruler of the 12th house in the 6th, which is the opposite house of the 12th. And so one way that you might be able to relax and meditate is actually through physical exercise and movement. Like it might be more difficult for you to just sit and meditate. Like you might do better when you have a yoga class, when you do some kind of exercise or activity to help you rest. That makes sense. Does that resonate?
Yeah, definitely. Especially with just bringing together spirituality and the body. Like even when I meditate, it's like I definitely feel the effect on my body. And it so makes sense. And yeah, I definitely feel that connection for sure between health and spirituality and like yeah, connecting even like astrology and health really connects. And I think you were saying like Pisces is also really good with astrology. Like you were saying it's like
It's the
it's kind
intuitive
of like
side.
Aquarius or something where they're
It's
like
not
both no.
it's not like Aquarius, it's the intuitive aspect of astrology reading, right? So on one hand, it's
Mhm.
the details and the
Mhm.
aspects, how it all fits
Mhm.
together. It's like the puzzle. But the Pisces is the intuitive awareness of what it all means and how to
Yeah,
express that or convey it. Does
definitely.
anyone else see something they want to point out or bring up related to her 12th house in Leo and the ruler being the sun in Aquarius? Anyone want to add anything to this? Yeah, I mean, I really think you have a talent for body work because the 6th house is the body and the 12th house is meditation. So 6th house body, 12th house spirit. And since the ruler of your spirit house is in the 6th house, I would say one way that you are able to teach people about spirituality is through their bodies and through food. Actually, the 6th house can relate to food. It can relate to work, it can relate to service. And so having a job, having work, or having a business where you work with people is really powerful for you.
Mhm. Yeah,
Yeah.
and I definitely feel the spirituality in food too, the energy in it. So that makes sense. Definitely.
Yeah, and so Venus in Sagittarius is your Atmakaraka. It's your soul planet. So
Mhm.
having both Venus and Mars on your Venus right now is very activating of who you are. You're really tuning into that.
Mhm.
It'd be a good time to journal and like write out who I am and what I love and what I want to do. It's a really good time, especially with the new moon and the wood dragon year. Okay. All right. So any questions before I keep moving?
Um, what about like, because I missed the partnership class, so and I have Pisces in my partnership in the 7th house. So
Yeah, so how I
how
want to do this with our chart reading today is I wanted to just go by house for everyone. Then we're going to go back in and we're going to look at Pisces, and then we're going to come back and look at Pisces. So that's how we're going to
okay,
do that.
no problem.
Instead of doing all of it at once, maybe this way it can kind of get in there a little bit better.
Mhm. Okay,
Okay.
no problem. Thank you.
Yeah, of course. Okay, Yola, what's going on here? Okay, there's your new chart. Okay, good. All right, Yola. So it looks like you have Cancer on the cusp of your 12th house. So what do you think that would mean? Do you want to give a shot or you want me to just go for it today?
So I was just thinking when you were talking to Alex that since this is Cancer, um, it's interesting because both Cancer and Pisces and all these signs are not like my dominant sign. Like that's not what I would think I was, and yet with the time I'm so aligning with. So the Cancer is the moon, so it's like the feelings, the deeper things, the more emotional stuff. So I would say I'm gonna be very much emotionally attached to my inner self. I'll be very much caring about it, and not just for me, but I guess I'm also looking. So since I also have a bunch of Leo in there, my sun is in the 9th house of travel. Maybe the retreats to get those emotional, transformational, deep. Not just transformational, which is in my 8th house, but like hear about this stillness, about this. I just like I see it. Like I have hard time to talk about it, but do you get the gist? Like it's
I
all kind
do.
of nicely connecting. But the Cancer for me is something very motherly, something very intuitive in a way, like caring, and so I don't know. That's how I feel about it.
Yeah, no, that's amazing. One key word I keep hearing is protective.
Mm.
You know, like the mama bear, like protecting her tribe, like her cubs, protecting her home. So like your privacy around your inner space is strong. Like you do not, like that is a sacred, you know, you going within, you meditating, that is your sacred space. You don't just share that with anyone, right? It's very protected. And you probably also protect your children in a spiritual way, right? You probably protect them on a spiritual level. You're probably concerned about their spiritual path, especially because your moon, which rules Cancer, is in Sagittarius, conjunct the nurturer of Kiri, how do you say that? Kiri. So moon to Kiri in Sagittarius, that nurturing and caregiving and protecting of the expansiveness of the mind and travel, right? You nurture their spiritual path, their expansion, how you nurture yourself through travel and through fun. And one way that you find spiritual fulfillment, right, by looking at the ruling planet on the 12th house, is how do you find spiritual fulfillment? That's one way we do it. Moon in Sagittarius in the 5th house, you fill up your spiritual cup by traveling and having fun, right? And learning about higher knowledge, right? Like astrology, or
Yeah,
you
you
just
couldn't
love
say
it.
it better. You couldn't say it better, like absolutely to the T. So check it out. So the Cancer and its ruler is in a Sagittarius, right? Uh, in a, and then my Leo, which is the Sun, is in a ninth house of Sagittarius. I was like, what? Like this is crazy. Like
Yeah, you kind of have a three-way, you kind of have a triangle going
yeah,
on here between the moon ruling your 12th house, and then the sun also ruling another huge part of your 12th house. So you have two rulers here. You know, this is an interesting question, right? Because we look at her 12th house and she has two signs there. What do we do? What do we do with that? You know, my invitation is that whatever's there on the first part is going to have a strong weight. But if it's mostly Leo, that's a lot of Leo. And it's on her ascendant. And so looking at the sun is also going to be looking at the moon and the sun, and how interesting that they're right next to each other, right? Cancer ruled by the moon, Leo ruled by the sun. They're right near each other. How interesting. So you have both the lunar energy and the solar energy in your house of retreat. So you might be able to create retreats for people that balance the yin and the yang, right? The feminine and the masculine, the mother and the father. In some ways, everything kind of boils down to yin yang, right? Masculine, feminine, external or internal. All the signs and all the houses, in a way, express those two polarities a lot. And so you have the yin, the Cancer, the receptive, right? The holding of the space, the emotional nurturing, caring for people. And then you also have the active, assertive, expressive Leo energy, where it's like maybe you teach them about their creative side on this retreat. Maybe you teach them about how to express themselves. Maybe you teach them how to go out there and shine on the world stage. And you travel to do this, right? You travel as a leader, teaching people how to shine in their creativity and to nurture their, self-care and expression, self-care and creativity, self-care and performance, how to balance, right? Spiritual retreat for how to balance your self-care with your creative expression.
you definitely channeled this. I have to tell you that because this is what I've been telling you since the day I met you. That I'm like this, a bumblebee going from one land of go, 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 hustle, grind to the land of, whoa, there is more and I don't need to hustle so hard and things are beautifully falling into place. And that feels so much lighter to me. But I know
Yes.
also I'm smart enough to know that just chilling and hoping that, yeah, I'll be chilling and everything will land on my lap. It's not the thing. So I'm true believer in that golden middle, in that balance between those both worlds. And I love it so much. So when you say that, teach people how to, get that masculine, feminine, and divine masculine and divine feminine together, how to balance that, that's a beautiful thing. And when I say you channel that, is because I always thought that I need to teach things that I learned from someone else. And yet I have so much knowledge right now of so many different people that I actually am creating certification program as we speak. I'm working on it for a few months now, but it's more in the head right now. So taking the best of the best and putting it as like my way of like, this is what you do need to do to ground yourself, to really get present. And it's so interesting that you're saying that.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense when I think about you. You do have this way of bringing together both the masculine, how do you do it? What are the steps? Right? You have all that knowledge. You've got this practical wisdom background with the how-to. You've been in this corporate job, which has taught you so much about the structure. And then you're also kind of surprisingly come out with this deep spiritual wisdom and love that comes through you, and caring. Like you have a divine mother nurturing that comes through. So you really do bring both of that lunar solar energies through, Yola. It's really beautiful, and it's a blessing because a lot of teachers tend to be one or the other.
Yeah. And I also want to know how interesting, it's like almost like a serendipity, I don't know, or not serendipity, wrong word. It's like a coincidence or synchronicity, rather, that's serendipity. That I'm just preparing a little slideshow because I'm creating now this audiovisual experience of my book. And one of the chapters in my book, which I'm creating for this Wednesday for my membership, guess what the chapter is?
What's that?
Bliss, flow, and high performance. How to connect those two. And I'm like, what? This is just crazy. I could literally show you. I got all the imagery, or I just have to record it now. This is just unbelievable.
It is. I just can't believe. I mean, it just.
I'm so glad you're doing this today, because honestly, I was waiting and waiting for it. Like, I was like, no, I got 3 hours in the car. By the way, the 3.5 hours in the car went like this because of you. So thank you. That's why I said I love you so much, because it was just amazing. And for the moment when I needed to be more focused, I'm in front of a computer. So that's really cool. Thank you.
It is. Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, that's what my guides told me to do. So I'm really glad you're all here. I'm so glad, we've made it this far together. This has been a real serious class. I mean, I didn't expect it to go as deep as it did. I mean, every class I've gone through some kind of spiritual awakening just to get you the content. It's been intense. I've been like, oh, I thought I could just teach this and be unaffected, but it's not possible.
I don't think Lotus knows what means go surface level. I don't think Lotus understands what is going light. I don't think Lotus is capable of doing anything, just scratching the surface. I don't think Lotus doesn't know how to go just like simple information. You have to go deep. That's you.
Yeah. And I also was going to share with you all that my Mercury is in Pisces. So I communicate, oh my goodness. I communicate from a very deep, intuitive level, right? Very deep, very intuitive, right? And that's just the way it goes. Okay. So we're going to go back now to Karen. I'm going to let I invited Angelique to join us for the last day to see. I'm going to let her in a moment, but I want to go to Karen's chart.
I'm walking to my car in the parking garage. I have to drive everybody home, Notice, just so you know.
Oh, are you busy right now? We can come back.
We're just leaving the hospital.
Okay, we'll wait. We'll come back to you, okay? That's fine.
Okay, thank you.
We'll come back. You do what you need to do. She's picking up granddaughter. Karen, we'll just come back to your
from the hospital.
Hey, Karen. Okay, yeah, we're just gonna come back. Okay. So what we're gonna do is we are going to go to a little bit deeper into Pisces and I found this really interesting story of Pisces. Have you guys ever heard me say that Pisces or Neptune is the higher octave of Venus? Yeah, you have. Oh, cool. So what does that mean? Right? What does that mean? Because it's a little vague. So I found this amazing video that goes deep into Pisces. Right. So we'll come back and then we'll go and look at your charts and see where you have Pisces to get a better sense of everything.
Two fishes tied in the opposite direction. Most of the people consider the Greek mythology as the most reliable story. The story goes like this. There once lived Aphrodite, the Greek goddess of love, and her son Eros, the winged two fishes tied in the opposite direction.
Okay, so Aphrodite is another name for 500.
Venus.
Yay! 500 to Yola. I should make a game show.
And I remember actually when you shared with us that the Venus, sorry, that those are the higher octave of Venus. That means it's like a love that's not on a surface physical level, but the spiritual level, a love of God, love of spirit, love of the higher dimensions and stuff like that. Correct?
Spiritual love.
Yeah, spiritual love.
I mean, there's an energy with Neptune and with Pisces where it just feels like this all-embracing spiritual love, like Jesus, like God, like when you go to a church and you feel that it's like holy love. Okay. All right. So this gives you a little better idea of why Pisces and Neptune are connected to Venus or Aphrodite. This is a really interesting story.
Goddess of love, and her son Eros, the winged boy god of love.
So Eros is also something you can put into your astrology chart. It's in the asteroid section and it relates to passion. And so depending on what sign you have Eros can relate to your sexy love nature, right? So it's a really great Valentine's Day reading thing to include for people is, okay, well, what's your passion? How do you express your passion energy? And that's the son of Venus, the son of Aphrodite.
What's this? What's the symbol of this one?
Of Eros?
Yeah.
In our Prometheus software, they don't make a symbol for the asteroids. They just give them numbers.
Okay.
So what you can do, what I've done is I go to all of the asteroids and I change how they're listed. I say list by name, list by alphabetical, put them into alphabetical order, and then it's a lot easier to find them.
Yeah.
And so you can choose whichever ones you want, make it as complicated or as simple as you want. And Eros is one of the numbers, and I forget what number. I think it depends on how many asteroids you have, is their number. Okay. So.
Lands of Greece, long before aquariums and romantic boat rides, Aphrodite was well known for being linked to her child. The two worked together often to solve problems, and each had a special ability to sense those who are around them. This has got them in
They have the special ability to sense who are around them.
trouble sometimes. More frequently, their personalities of understanding were very helpful and appreciated. Aphrodite and Eros were together at home one day. With ease and comfort, the two were walking in a tiny yet beautiful room, talking about love, singing songs about bonding and emotion, and painting in bright red and purple colors. Eros moved toward their home's opening and peered outside as Aphrodite's eyes widened and ears perked. Aphrodite and Eros quickly fled. They understood what was coming for them. They heard about a vicious giant who was coming to get them all. That giant was none but Typhoon. They saw the thrashing water as they fled together to the Nile River, and they realized they would have to cover themselves to flee. they have seen a goat pass them bleating and waving their hooves rather embarrassingly in the water. The two did not want to attract any attention to their escape at all, and so then they sought the aid of the creatures around them. Eros reached the bottom of the water, and Aphrodite started humming a sweet melody. They fled away enough to buy themselves some time, but in the distance, they could still hear the horrifying thumping. Aphrodite and Eros' smells, sounds, and sights soon drew the attention of all manner of creatures. Having seen the success of the embarrassing speed of the goat in the water, the goddess and boy god turned off birds, rodents, and larger land mammals' offer. Two little fish raised their heads out of the water after losing some confidence, gesturing Aphrodite to stand at the edge of the river beside Eros. The two fish seemed so tiny, and yet the weight of the water rolling down the mountain was challenging. Aphrodite looked closer and saw that their tail fins were bound together and their movements were all rhythmic. Typhaeus was quickly approaching, and he could smell them from very long away because of their perfumed sweet smell. Aphrodite and Eros transformed themselves in unison to appear just like the two little fish they had seen before. They defended themselves in much the same way and stayed closely connected by cooperation. Tied together, Aphrodite and Eros have been able to follow the current of the river without being separated from each other. Once the events of Typhon, the threatening giant had long gone. The Greek gods immortalized the two fish that had helped the Greek goddess of love to survive and the Greek boy god of love. Zeus became overly sensitive as he saw Aphrodite and Eros unhook from each other before leaving the sea. Suddenly, he could sense the rhythm of his heartbeat. He realized that in moments of crisis, some of the most beautiful and lasting connections happen. He titled the rhythmic feelings Pisces. He also called the tide fishes Pisces. Well, that is the end of the story.
All right. So, interesting story, right? So the goddess of love and the god of love, her son Eros, tied themselves together. So love and passion to escape the threat of some looming negative energy. And so that speaks to Pisces harnessing love, sort of raising the kundalini of passion, right? So passion can be sexuality, right? And so by raising or harnessing that sexual energy and tying it to love, creating cooperation between your heart and your sexuality, you are able to ride out the waves. You're able to escape danger, which to me speaks to there being some type of danger between following simply our passions alone, right? Because it's kind of showing like if the fish weren't tied together, they would have not survived, right? So if our passion is not tied to love, the message is that we will be destroyed, essentially. We will be lost in the sea of life. And so the way to stay safe is to connect to love, to flow through and become successful. And the other thing that's really interesting in this video is that they called the emotion of having gone through a crisis and have connection Pisces. Not interesting. And so Piscean energy relates to being able to open our hearts and connection and communion with others through moments of intensity. And that's why Piscean people are said to be very compassionate, that they have compassion for people's suffering, that they have compassion for people having a hard time, because Pisces is literally the word for the emotional connection created through a crisis. So Pisces people tend to be very capable and skilled at dealing with people who are going through crises, who are going through a mental health issue, that are sensitive populations. So wherever you have Pisces in your chart, whatever sign you have on the 12th house, wherever you have Neptune, relates to where you have the greatest compassion for other people's suffering. On one hand, that's extremely beautiful. And on the other hand, the negative side is, do you give too much compassion for those who are struggling, and you fail to take care of your own needs, and you flounder in the sea because you're no longer have a focus or direction, right? So Pisces can either be that gift of compassion, or it can get lost in the ocean. It depends on your focus. Yeah, anyone want to share anything about what they had a cognition about from the video?
Can I share with you a story? I cannot, I think this will never actually land on a person's lap that will ever hear and think that they know who I'm talking about, because this has to be anonymous. But I knew a person, is no longer alive, by the way, who was very much into believing in psychic. She was paying great money to a psychic coming every single day to read her charts and whatnot, doing all kinds of stuff, and believed in all these things that there was me at the times when I didn't believe in any of this, by the way. So that's the filter I'm putting on it now. But a lot of things that she got through it is mind-blowing and unbelievably, like the wealth that she achieved was just beyond belief. So it worked for her. It eventually didn't, because she's no longer. But yeah, but one thing, and that's about Pisces now. She went to a sea coast beach, and she told us the story that two little fishes came to her feet when she was in the water, and right after she found out she was pregnant. Side note, I don't know how the baby came about, because it couldn't be her husband. That's a different story again. However, interesting, right? Connection of passion and love, creation, baby, two fishes. I'm like, what? Thank you. That's all. Strange story, but I need to.
Oh, no, exactly. The idea of this class is help to inspire and motivate us to think of our memories that relate to this, right? So what's, and that's an amazing story, right? Two fish, that's unusual. So anytime you're at a koi pond, right, and there's fish swimming in the water, that's Piscean energy. That slow, like pretty much all Asian painting, that quiet, misty quality of silence and space, that's the Piscean energy. It's interesting because the Aphrodite and Eros were people. And then they went into a different, where did they go? They went into a different realm, didn't they? They left the world of human God life and went into a different dimension. And so Pisces speaks to our ability to go into a different realm, to travel to another dimension. You could say our imagination is another dimension. You could say a movie is another dimension, right? It's like you're changing the stage of your life. You're changing the brainwave state of your mind to create something new. And so one of the reasons I invited Angelique to join us today for this class is that she has 4 major planets in her 12th house. And I was hoping this might help her to better grasp, what is the 12th house about, right? What is the energetics of having so much energy about going within? Because we're not really taught about this. We're not really taught to value our spiritual path. We're not really taught to value our skill with being able to navigate our inner world, our psychic space. And that's actually one of the biggest gifts and blessings of the 12th house and of our spiritual path. Okay. So Pisces shadow is fear. And it's interesting because in that story of the two fishes, they encountered quite a lot of fear, right? Fearfulness. And their power is empathy. Right? And so one way that Pisces people can come out of fear is to have empathy for the people around them. And the 12th house is related to the sign of Pisces, and it's ruled by the planet Neptune. Right? So there's this connection between the 12th house, Pisces, and Neptune. And it just repeats over and over again. We can kind of find that triangle as we go forwards. So Pisces energy is like, think about the Little Mermaid, think about the ocean, think about fish, aquatic life. It's water. It's that water element, slippery, sometimes wet, sometimes
Like
emotional.
a koi pond.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, like a koi pond sitting having tea, doing watercolor. That is like the most Piscean vision with flowers, right? And maybe some soft music playing. And it's harmonious and peaceful. Piscean people who have a lot of energy in the 12th house, people who have strong Neptune placements, tend to be extremely sensitive to their environments. Okay? So they absolutely need a peaceful environment, especially if they have Pisces on the 4th house. They need peace and calm because they're so sensitive. Pisces is the human energy detector. Okay, so they detect, and for Yola, having Mars and Pisces as your Atma, you're the human detector of energy. You read energy like nobody's business. When you have strong Piscean energy, Neptune, 12th house, like you are the human lie detector. You cannot walk into a room without picking up on the energetics of everyone around you. You can't help it. You go into that room and it's like immediately sensor alert, sensor alert, sensor alert. And you'll be drawn by your emotional guidance system. That's what will lead you. You'll say, this feels good and right, this does not. And it will just keep driving you with that strong placement. It's very powerful, but it's also exhausting. And so Pisces need extra downtime. So if you have strong 12th house placements, Pisces placements, or Neptune, you need a lot of downtime. You need a lot of time to restore and to replenish, to fill up your cup. Alex, for you, when I looked at your chart just now, I was like, you have so much Aquarius and so much 6th house. Like you have so much. Your Atma is in Sagittarius, which is Venus in the 5th, but you have so much Aquarius in the 6th house. I was like, please study 6th house and Aquarius. Like just really study those two areas because you're so much of that in your chart. It will really assist you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Hi, Angelique. Are you recovered?
Yes.
Oh, good.
Thanks for having me.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Angelique just went through like a crazy
Forced rest.
Forced rest. She went through forced rest. Yes, we were just talking about how the destiny point right now in Pisces. Hi, Magda, Lena. Will force us to rest if we don't. So I'm glad you're feeling better. I was kind of getting nervous. I was like, I gotta listen to that. Okay. So Chiron, the wounded healer with Pisces North Node, forced rest. It's just, we have to recuperate. We have to, regenerate. Oh, there's a kitty. There's a girl. I always invite Angelique because it's like a show. It's like, I'm going to watch Angelique's show while she watches my show. It's going to be a trade. Okay. I love it. So Pisces energy is the mermaid. So if you have strong 12th house, strong Neptune, strong Pisces, you tend to love the ocean. Angelique, is that true? Do you love the ocean?
Absolutely. Yeah.
You
too.
What was that?
I love the ocean too.
You love the ocean too. When's your birthday?
September 28th.
He's a Virgo baby, so he's opposite Pisces, which is also really good because Virgos, it's kind of like Virgos and Pisces really need each other because Pisces can get so ungrounded and they're so spiritually connected and they're not super in the body focused. Whereas Virgo, like you can't get them out of, like they're on the earth, right? They're like, this is what you need to do and you need to do this thing now and this detail. My mom has a ton of Virgo, so I can tell you, I have some too, but I can tell you all about it because Virgo stays focused on the job, stays focused on the work and how to get it done practically. So it's good you have a little Virgo child around. Keep things grounded, right? He's got his what's it called?
Superhero cape.
A super like what is cape was like
a blanket.
Oh, yes.
it's actually see, that is a Virgo statement. That is such a Virgo statement. He's saying, well, actually, no, this is what it is. That is the most Virgo way of answering something I've ever heard. I know because my mom does it all the time. We'll say blah, blah, blah. And she'll, well, actually, I didn't do that thing. It was this thing. And I'm like, did you? Okay. Get me started. Thank you. Thank you for sharing with us that it is a blanket. That is a very true statement. It's very honest. So Virgos are very honest, right? They're very honest. So they will tell you the truth. He's like, yeah, it's a superhero cape, but actually it's a blanket. Like, let's be real here. It's very realistic. Whereas Pisces is the polar opposite and all about the dream. It's all about the fantasy. The Pisces would be, yes, it's my superhero cape and I fly through the air and I have all my superhero friends and we play and we fly and we just have this wonderful time. And I'm going to go into my imagination for the next 5 hours and imagine all of my superhero friends and what we're doing. That's the Piscean difference, right? And so Angelique, with you having so many planets in the 12th house, you have a better than average ability to imagine, to create in your mind, right? To visualize, to manifest within yourself before it manifests externally. Like one of your superpowers is your ability to imagine and to create within your mind what you want. That's like, and you've told me, you're like, I like can manifest anything. I'm like, that is the 12th house. That is the 12th house, being able to visualize before it comes. To create it within your conscious. Yeah, go ahead, Yola.
May I ask a question?
Yeah.
It's just literally like I got a light bulb moment. So when you showed me my chart, I noticed they had A2 and A4. So when you were doing the things, I just looked up on A2 is possessions, wealth, food, family, accumulating stuff. A4 is home, vehicles, land, and things that make us happy. So when you talk to Angelique now, thinking, am I dreaming, visualizing? Do I have ability, since this is in my 12th house, of fantasizing, imagining, and creating in my mind these things? Would you say that correct?
What do you have there?
I have two asteroids. A2, possessions, wealth, food, family, accumulating stuff, which is spot on. And 8-4, home, vehicles, land, things that make us happy.
Let me just double check the names of what those are as asteroids so I can have a better grasp of what it is.
My question was, I would love you to check that, but my thing was about this, if it's in the 12th house and you just talked ability to, not ability, but you created that in your mind, you're imagining things, you're fantasizing about these things, that would be very true for me too. So I'm just curious.
Yes. So whatever planets you have in the 12th house, or if your planet is ruled by a planet that like Alex, who has a ton of other planets around it, like the sun rules her 6th house, I'm sorry, her 12th house, and the sun has all these other planets around it. If that's you, yes, you're going to have a better than average ability with your imagination, with your ability to create in your mind. Some people say, I don't really do well at imagining things. Okay, that's not you. You're going to be someone who's like, yeah, I just sit, like I could spend all day imagining my future, imagining what I want. Yola, you had A2 and A8, is that true?
A2 and A4.
A2 and A4. Okay. So, okay, I'm going to tell you what those are because it's pretty important to know what they are because that tells us what kind of energy it is. So, A2 is actually Demeter. Demeter is the goddess of the earth. Demeter is the mother. Demeter is the mom of all of the bounty. Like she's the goddess of the harvest. So you have this really powerful ability to tune in and manifest abundance, right? Because Demeter is the mother. You do it in a nurturing, nourishing way. So you might be really good at working with women who are leaders, right? Because is it in Leo or Cancer, your Demeter?
Leo, both of them in Leo.
Okay. So it's so great that Angelique's on this call because Angelique has Leo in her 12th house as well. So this is a really powerful, and I do as well. So we can talk a lot about 12th house Leo energy. It's pretty profound. It's kind of like you're a superhero when it comes to your inner world. Like you really shine. Like if people could see inside your inner world, it's like a superhero. It's like you have magic power here. That's the sunshine, right? Leo is the sunshine. And so your sunshine is within your inner world. You shine within. You could have a better than average connection to God, to source, to manifestation. You might be a teacher of spirituality, really, at heart, because you can connect to God on a really powerful level. Okay. So, mother, you shine as a nurturing guide to assist women with their abundance and prosperity. Right? So you shine guiding them to manifest their abundance. You're a mothering influence for creative people in terms of manifesting their abundance. That might be a really interesting niche for you, is to work with performers. I know you love music and I see you going out to these wonderful events where there's all these performers. Like you might really love working with performers and with people who have big energy. And same to you, Angelique, is working with people who have big energy, who are performers, that you assist them from behind the scenes, because the 12th house is not in the stage, right? It's the opposite. It's behind. It's within. Right. And so when you have Leo there, that could be working with the stars, right? Working with those who are the performers, either as in a healing capacity, as a coaching capacity, that sort of thing. It could even mean that you might become an actress yourself, or have video content, because the 12th house can relate to film as well as meditation. So film and meditation. And Neptune and Pisces also relate to film. So isn't this interesting? Meditation and film are connected in astrology. Isn't that amazing? So you might be a natural filmmaker, right? It might not be that you necessarily want to be in the spotlight, but it could be that you have a special talent for working with actors, actresses, being a producer, being a director. You have it's like your superpower is having the vision. Oh, you have Leo in the 12th house too, Alex. Oh my gosh, we all have Leo in the 12th house. Hold on. Wow. So amazing that we all gathered here and are excited. So I don't think everyone is excited about the 12th house, because having Leo there is actually pretty special. We might be more comfortable with the 12th house than the average person, because the 12th house requires us to go in, and maybe when we go into our 12th house, it's like sunshine and it's bright, and we're connected to this powerful sunshiny energy, and maybe so it's fun, like yay, meditation, woohoo. And maybe not everyone feels that way with their own internal energies that are there. And so A4, your other asteroid, Yola, is Eros. So it's passion, it's sexual attraction. It's like if Venus and Mars also relate to your sexual like expression, Venus being your love nature as a woman and Mars being your love nature as a man, then Eros is like the most I don't want to say it like this, but like animalistic, right? Like your core, like, oh, I'm attracted to that. Like you can't help it. Like you watch a movie or a video, you're out in the world and you see someone and you're like, oh, like your body like has this physiological response. Like you don't even mentally care, but your body has a physiological response to something that you're attracted to. That's eros, right? It's like kind of guttural attraction energy. And if you have that with a partner, then it's on, right? Like it's just on. But so eros is that passion. It can also be passion towards the things that you love, right? You just feel this like innate physiological attraction to doing this thing. It speaks to you. And so, Yola, you have eros in the 12th house. And so you might be, the way that you need to be loved is in a sensitive way. Like your physical nature, your love nature might be more sensitive, right? Like I need candlelight and a nice dinner and flowers and romance. Like you're not looking necessarily for someone to come and like aggressively, you know, come to you. You're looking for that sweet, romantic flowers vibe. But with Leo, it needs big expression. So your love nature likes big expression of it, like a big dinner, a big bouquet of flowers, a big journey, something that really shows that meaningfulness for you. Any thoughts or questions about this? I hope I'm helping here.
I was just wondering about the A4. Is that true for everybody's? Like, is A4 going to be Eros for all of us on our chart?
Yeah,
Okay.
Eros is A4. I think it could depend on the person whose software, because they might have inputted Eros in earlier or later, in which case it might be a different number. I don't know if it's always A4, if that makes sense. But if you've gotten a chart from me, then in most cases, A4 is going to be Eros. So yes, you can look back and go, aha, there is my Eros. And I'm also thinking I should put together a Valentine's Day class. You know, it just never ends. I'm just like, it never stops. I'll be busy forever, which is good.
It's fascinating what you shared, because like even before I discovered spirituality, like I love being an administrative assistant. Like I love helping other people shine and look good. And then I worked at the Calgary Stampede, right, which is like known as the greatest outdoor show on earth. And I was an admin assistant for someone really high up in there. And I loved it. I've always just like being behind the scenes, making other people look good. So it's fun seeing it in my chart, and it makes sense because I'm happy helping others shine and pouring my gifts into that, but not being in the limelight. So it's continues to fascinate me how I've been like this my whole life, and it's kind of there.
Isn't it nice to finally have a confirmation that you weren't crazy, that this is just your natural way of expressing? And thank God we found out your actual birth time, because I've been trying to make you be a Moon and North Node and Jupiter and Leo in the first house, and you're like, no, I will not go. I will not go. I've been like, why are you so stubborn? You're like, because it's not my birth time. So yeah, if you have the accurate birth time, these charts will be basketball in the hoop, score, done. But if not, then be careful. That's when you need to check. If like you're giving a reading and it's not landing and you're just like, I don't know what to do here. Be like, is that your birth time? Are you sure? Are you absolutely sure? Can you go and check? Can you call the hospital? Like, make really doubly sure, because a lot of times that could be the issue, because most of you are well enough trained now and know enough from all of these classes. I mean, even Angelique has learned a ton. Like she could probably go out and start doing readings, that you're probably good enough to be able to explain this stuff, and someone else might literally have the wrong birth time. So make sure to ask. Yola, you were going to say something, I think.
Yes, last final question I had about a little asteroid, which is like an X and has an arrow pointing up. Do you know what that is?
Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. I think that is actually Zeus. And so
it's also in my 12th house, and I didn't catch it before.
So Zeus is kind of like another version of Jupiter. Zeus is the Greek name for Jupiter. So we have the Greek Jupiter and we have the Roman Jupiter. And so I guess if you wanted to be really detailed about it, you could learn more about the Zeus interpretation and the Jupiter interpretation, and they're a little bit different, actually, how Jupiter is portrayed in those two cultures. But when you have Zeus somewhere in your chart, you know, Zeus is the king of the gods. So this is going to speak to having really strong leadership ability. And I'll show you all what it looks like in case you're wondering what we're talking about. So Zeus in the astrological chart is this guy right here. He's got the X and the upward facing arrow, and you'll notice that he's conjunct the south node, or the karmic destiny point, the past life point right now for the collective. So our leadership power we might be having to face past life experiences of being in leadership. I would think this would really resonate with people who have been doctors, nurses, midwives, cleaners, people who clean, people who serve other people, people who've been in indentured labor, people who've been slaves, people who've been in authority of people who are slaves. Okay, so any lifetimes or experiences where we had work situations as leaders, or there were leaders in charge of work that affected us, could be coming up for the collective right now. So that could mean leadership is being asked to look at itself right now. Like leaders are being asked, okay, what are your policies like? What are your practices like? Is it fair? Is it just? Can you do leadership in a better way? You tell them, Angelique. I bet your negotiation skills are awesome. A lot of practice. No. Okay. Any other asteroid questions? And would you like me to go around and tell you what they all are? I have about 10 on my chart. Okay. So A0 is Psyche, the goddess of love. She's the goddess of psychic love. It's actually a more refined version of Venus. It's similar to Neptune, but it's much more feminine. It's the feminine. It's like the most feminine version of love. Psychic. It's like those soul connections that like you can feel the other person think, and you're just like in oneness, right? That's the Psyche energy. Okay. That brings us to A1. A1, calling A1. Yes, so A1 is Aphrodite. So someone thought it would be really clever to go and name asteroids after the main planets, but use this is the Greek name, and of course Venus is the Roman name. And they're a little bit different, I will say, the Roman and the Greek version of Venus versus Aphrodite. But it's, you know, it's a similar concept. It's about love. And so it's kind of fun to play with because it gives you another opportunity to look at someone's love nature and say, okay, where is your Aphrodite, for instance, right? Oh, your Venus is here, but where is your Aphrodite? And that's another level of complexity. Right now, the collective Aphrodite, it's fun to say, is in Aquarius. And so the love nature of the collective as we approach Valentine's Day is very much collective. It's more about people are feeling more drawn to loving everyone than being super romantically fixated, right? It's more of like, oh, let's have a big love day. Like there might be this like, let's everyone love each other, right? There's this expansiveness around love that everyone is feeling that maybe is different than other years. Go ahead. Yeah, Yola?
In my birth chart, Aphrodite is conjuncting Venus.
There it goes. Yeah, there you go. There you got that's like double Venus power. I wish they would name Venus something else. It's just ridiculous. I mean, kind of. So having both of those two together amplifies it. It's kind of like if you had a bet, you'd be adding piles of coin to your bet because it's like, oh, gonna just add another stack of gold coins to your love nature here. We've got a strong love nature where Yola is, a strong focus on love. And you can feel it. There's this loving energy that exudes from Yola very powerfully. So it's very, very accurate. Okay. So A2 is Demeter. Demeter is the goddess of the harvest. Oh my gosh. So I'm going to come back to this because I think Alex has to get going and I want to look at her chart. I was like, I could talk about asteroids probably forever. It's really fun. But we're going to get back to the chart. We're going to get back to your chart, Alex.
Thank you.
Of course. Yeah. All right. So we're going to go now to Pisces, right? Which is your 7th house, which is especially fun for you because it's Valentine's Day on Wednesday. Are you in a relationship, Alex?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, but I guess I kind of like someone, so it's
Okay.
not that bad. Yeah.
No, well, it doesn't matter. I mean, every day is love when you're happy. So,
Yeah.
okay. And so what we can look at here is having Pisces on the 7th house would speak to the type of partner you're probably going to be attracted to. It's going to speak to the possible marriage partner. With Pisces on the 7th house, it can speak to having a partner who's very sensitive, very intuitive, very psychic, very watery, very emotional. You have A0 there, which is also psyche. So that speaks to another, like your partner might be more feminine than masculine when you have Pisces here, and then you also have psyche, because psyche describes the partner. And so it's very possible that your partner will be very receptive, very gentle, very caring. Let's see what A3 is, because you have A3 there. So A3 is hiding from me. Okay, where'd you go? 11, there it is. A3 conjunct is Eos. Okay, so Eos is an interesting one. Eos is the energy of a goddess who Zeus ended up pretending he was a. Oh no, Eos is one of the mothers of the gods. So you have both the mother of a god, Psyche, and Eris. So you have 3 feminine asteroids in the 7th house. So that speaks to potentially having a partner who's just very sensitive, very emo. We're talking very emo, which knowing you, I can somehow feel is fitting that you're sensitive too. So having a partner who's very sensitive is fitting for you. It's ruled by Neptune, and then you have Neptune in the 5th house in Pisces. Okay. And so that person might be a performer. They might be someone who has a lot of fun, who's very creative. It's like this combination of creative, fun, and sensitive. And it's conjunct your Venus. So again, the feminine energy. Okay. I'm not saying it's going to be a woman. I'm not saying that. And I don't think you like women. But what I am saying is that when we look at the 7th house, we can learn a lot about what the type of partner we will date in the future. I'm also going to give you a special spoiler alert, which I've already given you, but I'll give it one more time because we're looking at your 7th house. And that is to find your ideal partner. You're going to go for the planet that has the lowest degrees in your chart. And so you're only going to look at the sun, moon, Venus, Mars, Saturn, and Jupiter. And so looking at your chart, it looks to me like the lowest degree planet is your Mars in Leo. And so it's really interesting because on everything else in the chart so far has really said feminine, very sensitive, fun-loving, expansive of the mind. But then your Mars speaks to you having a partner who's very masculine and a strong performer, who's also a leader of a lot of people, right? So It feels like some kind of interesting personality here. Both very emotional, very sensitive, very sympathetic, and also a strong leader. It's very interesting. Yeah. So that's your Piscean energy is actually going to be found a lot through your partnership. Like, so one of the ways that you can be compassionate and caring and sympathetic is through your relationship to other people. That's one of the way that you are able to be spiritual is through working with others. And it's also your Neptune being in the 5th house means you find spirituality through your hobbies, the things that you love to do, through travel, through expanding your mind. That's one way you find your spiritual path. And it's fun for you. You love spirituality, right? You have this high vibration when it comes to connecting to your spiritual nature. Yeah, any questions?
No, that sounds very accurate. Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
actually trying to get you all to ask more questions, so I have to not give too much information. So,
Oh, that's good.
does that resonate with you in terms of partnership or in terms of people that you're drawn to?
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, makes me think of the person I like right now. So
Okay,
yeah,
cool.
that might be good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and the sun is about to go into the sun is about to come and aspect all your 6th house stuff. So this may not, like, you may meet a ton of people, you may really focus on your health, you may do a lot of self-development at this phase in your life. Come March 14th on, that's when the sun starts aspecting your 7th house. So as awesome as Valentine's Day is and all the pressure to manifest a date or a relationship at Valentine's Day, what is actually more powerful of a tool is to look and see where your 7th house is, what sign is there, and when will the sun be shining on it? Because that's when your relationship life is going to be really activated. And so looking at your chart, Alex, we see around March 20th is when, like, you might meet the love of your life. I don't know. Or when the sun is in Leo, conjunct your Mars. Oh, it could be opposite too. It could be opposite. So you could also meet someone, right, when the sun is opposite your Dara Karaka, which is your love planet, which would be around Valentine's Day.
Around now, yeah.
Yeah, so that's really powerful.
Right. Awesome. No, that helps me too that you're talking about yeah, like the Pisces time might come soon and that's when like
Yeah, well, it's
might
interesting
find somebody.
that it might come sooner than that.
Yeah, hopefully.
So those would be the
Yeah.
2 areas where I would say, oh, look at that. You know, the Mars in Leo, the sun either conjunct it or the sun opposite it. Sun in the 7th house or sun opposite it. Okay, so for you, it's the 11th or the 6th and the 1st and the 7th. So you can look at the chart and discern when is the sun going to be aspecting that arena of my life. And that's probably when something could happen romantically, if that's what you're looking at. Which I didn't expect to do a romantic reading here, but you've got 7th house in Pisces, so I can't even help it. So fun.
Awesome. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, and so I told them earlier, Angelique, but I'm going to be teaching the 2nd level of this course coming up in the next 2 weeks. I'm going to be teaching the relationship of the planets. I'm going to be teaching the 2nd level of this course, which is basically how do we take all of these complicated lines, peel it all back, and start to slowly go through and discern and dissect what the relationships between each of the planets is, right? So what does the red line? What does the blue line mean? What does the square mean? What does the triangle mean? And how can we slow it all down, right? One way is we take off a lot of the asteroids to start and we just look at the very basic lines. And how does the energy connect between them, right? So why is it that the sun being opposite her Mars would be an activation time? Why is it that the sun conjunct the seventh house? Why would that be? And so we're going to look at the relationship between the signs and between the planets to get the full story. And this is really exciting. I've never actually taught this to students before, so I'm really excited because this is kind of the next level. If you want to read a chart, you have to be able to speak the language of the relationship. And how many of us as women love relationships? I mean, that's like our heart and soul and song is like, how do we connect to each other, right? That's what we all think about. How do I connect to my children, my family, my home? That's what we're going to be going into. It's like the relationship of the chart, the relationship between our planets and the signs. I'm really excited about this because I've never gotten to dive into it. And that's really, I think, where you become that next level guide for people. It's like you go to this other realm. Because when I look at this chart, I can start to see those connections and it's like, okay, a lot to dissect, right? Yeah. Any final questions, Alex, you want to share or comments or thank you so much.
Yeah, of course. The only thing was, are you gonna go over like the Prometheus question I had? Like,
Yeah,
you
we
can
can
always do it later or
yeah,
now.
we can do it later. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Of course.
Uh,
Yeah.
but yeah, I think I don't have any big questions, especially like me having to leave right now. But I'm just so grateful. I've been here. I didn't even think I would come to the course, and here I am at the end. And yeah, it's just like so nice. Everyone who was part of the class, it's like you guys are all incredible. And I'm so glad you brought us all together. Um, yeah, just I'll miss everybody, but I have a feeling I'll see you guys around at like Lotus's events and who knows in the future for some reason. And yeah, feel free to stay in touch. I love all of you
Yeah,
guys.
yeah. The other thing I might do with the course that I'm going to teach next is I might have an option for people who want to come to just the class and then people who want to come to the class and the Q&A. So
That's
reach
a
out
good
if that's
idea.
something that speaks to you. So the price will be different, right? People who get more support and people who get less. So we can talk about that.
Yeah, that's awesome.
That's
Yeah,
you
right.
all. And yeah, I look forward to talking to you soon, Alex, and get all your Prometheus software questions. Oh, I have one more housekeeping item. So the 11th house class did not record. I'm serious. Yeah, I was like looking for the recording and I was like, it didn't record. So one option is I can simply record the class on my own and just share the information. The other option is you can tell me when you all can come and we can do it again. So let me know what you would rather do. It's up to you guys. But yeah, if you want to have the 11th house class, it's got to be redone. So I apologize. It was such a good class. Yeah. So anyways, reach out, let me know what you want to do about that. And yeah, it's been so awesome having you, Alex. I think when I look at your chart and I see so much in Aquarius, I often think of Aquarius as being very deeply connected to astrology. And so I think this is definitely an art form that you love and you enjoy. And it's a very powerful talent you may have going forward. So excited to keep talking with you and let me know how I can be of more service to you.
Awesome. Thank you, Lotus. Yeah, I might take a little break from it, but I think I'll come back. You never know.
Whenever
It's a
you're
really
ready.
big thing for me. And yeah, so thank you so much. You're a huge gift, shining star and everything. So all right. Well,
Thank you, Alex.
yeah, of course. Bye guys. Bye, Yola, Karen, and Angelique.
See you soon, beautiful.
See you. Bye.
Oh,
Or you know what? Sorry, guys. Last thing. I think I'll stay. I'll try to listen as long as I can. So you might see me, but I won't really be talking.
She's like, I'm not actually gonna go yet.
But it's basically. Bye.
All right. So we're just gonna go back and check out Yola's chart here and look at Pisces, right? And so for you, Yola, that's kind of a big deal, right? That's your 8th house. That is the house where your Mars is. You also have a ton of Pisces in the 7th house, actually. So you have Pisces on the 7th and Pisces on the 8th. Most of the planets in your 7th house are in Aquarius. So that's going to hold more weight in terms of your relationship, in terms of what your partner is like. But it could mean that your partner does have a sensitive side. It could mean that he's emotional as well as mental or logical. So let's go more, I think, to your 8th house, where you have your soul planet in Mars, and Mars in a Pisces. And so Pisces, the 8th house is a really interesting house. It's the house of transformation. It's the house of death and dying. It's the house of being able to go really deep, right? Being able to see behind the veil. The 8th house and the 12th house have a lot in common because they're both water sign houses. So the 12th house, the 4th house, and the 8th house are all of the water houses. So each house has an element associated with it. So 12th, 4th, and 8th, these are the water houses. These are the emotion houses. So people who have a lot of planets in the water houses tend to be what? Emotional, deep. And your Mars is conjunct your Mercury. So not only is it your physical action, but how you express yourself is connected. So that Piscean energy, your Mars in Pisces, affects that Mercurial Aries. And so it tempers what would otherwise be a very strong, forthright, direct, fiery leadership energy of expression. Like you get to the point, you're very direct. Let's go. You say what you think, you say what you feel, you express what you want. That's Aries, that's Mercury in Aries. But because your Mars in Pisces is conjunct it, it's like this overlay of water. It's this overlay of gentleness. It's this sensitivity. It's this awareness. Okay, what I say is going to affect people. I choose my words carefully. And so this can speak to you have abilities with channeling, with doing things like Edgar Cayce and other psychics and clairvoyants and mediums. You will probably have a natural talent because Mars is action, Mercury is communication, and then you also have Jupiter. And so even though those planets are in Aries, there's still, because your soul planet is Pisces, there's this energy of water and emotion, which is very interesting. That means you're reflective. You pause and you think. You go within before you speak. You may have very strong, direct, clear language, but when you make a decision, you make sure you go within. You may make rapid decisions, but you first go within because that Atma in Pisces is so powerful for you. It's so strong. And so that's why you're so attracted to the clairvoyance, to the mediumship, to the channeling, to the energetics of emotion and intuition. Now, one way we can look at that Mars with greater awareness is to look at your Neptune. You have a very interesting Neptune. You have Neptune in Libra in the 3rd house. So it's the house of communication, the house of creativity, the house of learning, and it's the ruler of your soul planet. Okay? It's in Libra, which is relationship, which is balance, which is justice. So it tempers the Mars energy yet again, because Libra is ruled by Venus. So even though your soul planet is Mars, which is the masculine, it is ruled, its planet Neptune is in Libra, which is ruled by Venus, which again speaks to you having access to both the feminine and the masculine polarity when it comes to your soul path. You may be strong and decisive, but behind that strong and decisive energy is this Neptune in Libra, and Libra is all about balance, all about relationship, all about harmony, and making sure everyone's in cooperation, everyone's in harmony before you act. Mars on its own can be like the red sports car, that's Aries, that's driving off into the sunset, not thinking about anyone else but where it's going. But because the ruler of your Mars, and it's very close to Aries, because the ruler of your Mars is in the third house in Libra, you're very concerned about justice, you're very concerned about balance, you're very concerned with harmony. You want to make sure it's not just about you, it's always about you and me. How are we both doing? How are you? That's why you've been able to sustain a marriage for so many years, because you're considerate. You're not just self-centered. And a lot of people with a strong Mars placement, especially as an Atma Karaka, could run the risk of being self-centered. But because the ruler of your Atma, the Mars, is Neptune in Libra, you tend to be very conscious of other people. You tend to be very aware of your spiritual connection, Neptune being spiritual, to your relationships, right? And so Neptune in Libra is spiritual partnership. You love to communicate about spiritual partnership. You might love the idea of love. You might love the idea of romance. You might love the idea of marriage. You might love talking about relationships. You might love talking about the spiritual relationship between you and your friends or your family, your partner. You might love creating spiritual connection in groups between people, like getting into a connection with someone and then bringing the spirituality into it. You're very good at doing that. I mean, third house communication, Neptune spirituality, but you do it in a very refined, just, fair, law-abiding, considerate, caring about the needs and well-being of those you're working with and attending to and communicating with. It's a very profound energy. And it also could be like a spiritual lawyer. It's kind of something I'm seeing, like being able to balance. I think, Angelique, don't you have your sun in the third house in Libra? Wow, no? Maybe it moved. She's gonna look now. I think you do. Yeah. So third house Libra is being able to communicate in a fair, just way to create harmony and balance. And it can be very difficult for Libra people to have conflict. Like they avoid conflict like 100%. They do not want to have any conflict, none, especially in their communication. This is so funny, Angelique, because my sun in Aries is actually opposite Libra. And for me, I'm like, let's go in there, let's cause a like, let's face the battle, right? Aries likes to like, so I'm a good coach for the two of you around when you have to have conflict, you just call me, okay? Because I will support you. Because sometimes we do have to stand up for what we need. That's something we have to do, but you prefer to do it in a very harmonious, balanced way, right? You like it to be gentle. You like it to be easeful. But sometimes that can get you into trouble if you don't stand up for yourself. So that's the challenge with that. And since that's the planetary ruler, Yola, for your Mars, which is your Atma, this is a big thing for you, is learning how to get your needs met without having to have conflict. And also learning how to have conflict in order to get your needs met if you need it. It's difficult. You don't like it. But your Mercury is opposite it in Aries. Okay. So you also are pretty good at the conflict part too, because you've got so much Aries, right? Mercury, Jupiter, Sun in Aries, that you actually can do it very well. You're very decisive. It's kind of like Aries is stepping into the role of the warrior with the sword and the shield, and who's willing to go into battle. Aries is always willing to strap on their armor and go into battle. They do not shy away from a fight. Not that they want to fight, but they will not shy away from it. Okay? But the Neptune in Libra always wants to create peace. And so you have a little bit of this challenge within yourself between wanting to stand up for yourself and be strong and ferocious, and then the Neptune in Libra saying, no, wait, stop. You get pulled back a lot. I'm seeing it. I'm seeing it holding you back, and you're just like, you have to exercise a lot of discipline because the Neptune is so spiritual. It's like your spiritual side is like, no, practice peace, practice compassion, practice harmony. Don't fight, Yola.
The thing that you said, avoid conflict at all cost, it's like, yes, 100%. Like, yes, if I can help it, I will do anything to just smooth out the water, get it all out of the way, just make it happen. I'm all for and unfortunately not everybody is like me, and sometimes just there's no golden middle. That people, they just will jump to their throats and they will tear themselves to pieces, and there's no how you call it, how did you call it, the lawyer of what, lawyer, I wrote the spiritual, there's no spiritual lawyer that can help. But it's interesting, yes, definitely.
But you do have the ability to do it because you have a lot, but the sun is usually a sign we're growing into. I don't know if you know that. People think we're our sun signs, but typically we're actually growing into our sun sign, and we tend to be more like our moon sign. Our moon sign is kind of like our first personality. Which seems to be true. Yeah, wow, powerful. So yeah, you bring a lot of fairness and justice to your communities, as well as spirituality and truth. Right? There's an uplifting, harmonious, beautiful quality to how you bring your work to the world. Your love work. You would say Yola shares love with the world, with her Venus and Aphrodite conjunct. She brings the love. So true. Yeah. So I'm wondering, any questions, Yola?
No, that was very good. That was beautiful.
Okay.
I was looking at these Pisces, and I remember when you first time told me, because I did not know at that time the Pisces, and I was always thinking I have nothing to do with Pisces. No, Pisces, absolutely not me. But now when with this approach, it makes tons of sense. Tons of sense. Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty eerie, right? It's like uncovering a part of yourself that you didn't know you had.
And I remember when we went to the 8th house and you told me study it, and I went in and I think I read everything that was out there about that, all these things connecting, right? And one of the things that it said, it's like, it's so challenging to have Mars in Pisces. Like, this is so opposite, it cannot be any more opposite as it is. That's why it's like, but I believe in my ability to figure things out.
You know what I think would be good for you? Do you ever make loose leaf herbal tea?
Oh, back in Poland, that's all we drank. We never had those tea bags when I growing up. My mom had the little pot for the loose leaf, and that's all we drank like that. And then I have my Japanese pot where I use different loose teas and flowering teas and whatnot. And I have tons of teas at home. We love it. Every day we have tea. So yeah, not all of them. The American ways was the tea bags, but I love loose leaf tea.
I'm seeing right now for your TV show, Tea Time with Yola. And you could create some magical tea combination for every event.
So interesting the thing you said that I had a retreat during COVID. We couldn't travel. We did I did online retreat, and one of the modules was a tea around the world. Because of my travels, I looked at different tea ceremonies in Turkey, in Russia, in Japan, in Egypt, in US, in England. Right, everybody does tea differently. Even in Poland, we had like these big glasses instead of like cups and stuff. So I love the tea time. That's very cool. I love that you said that. I just
The reason I'm saying this is you said that Mars and Pisces are the most opposite energetics because Mars is fire, action, masculine, and Pisces is water and internal. So yeah, fire and water, Yola. Soup, tea, anywhere you bring together heat and water, it's your kingdom. It's where you get to kind of delve into the energetics of who you are on a deeper level and share it with people. Sauna, hot springs.
I was thinking I gotta go to Finland. That means because they have this, not Finland, Iceland. They have these incredible lakes with like.
You should. I think you'll have a spiritual awakening there. I feel it. You'll be like, oh my God, when you send me a video, because I will cry. I will be like, oh, there it is. There's Yola in her full expression of her fire and water essence. So amazing. Oh,
And you know what I'm thinking also, perhaps like floating candles. That also,
oh,
right? I
yeah.
love that idea so much. Floating candles. I used to have before I had my pond, because I told you I'm all into water features, all kinds of water features. So I used to have this like small tiny thing I bought in a garden center. It was like a fountain, tiny tabletop, and I used to put little floating candles on that. So it was like a centerpiece for my room. But that's a really
That's
cool.
so perfect. There was floating candles in the video about the retreats.
Yes, yes, yes.
It's like, oh,
And another thing that really stood a big, there was this thing they do it every year in New York City. I think they do it all over the United States. You have to look it up. It's an event. I did one like you send the lanterns into the heavens with your like intentions on them writing. But I went to one that you wrote it on the lantern and you send it on the Hudson River or whatever, like. So that would be also you put the little candle inside the lamp and then you send it out. I will send you pictures of it because that was such an emotional moment too. I wrote like to my parents some, they were already deceased, and I sent some messages to them. Yeah, very cool.
oh, that's beautiful. Everything I said to Yola, Angelique, is also really good for you. Because you have the moon in Leo and Jupiter and the North Node in Leo in the 12th house, right? So that's a combination of fire and water. And so when we have these combination of fire and watery energies, sometimes it's confusing. Sometimes we're like, how do I juxtapose this fiery energy and this watery energy at the same time? And it's really interesting because there's actually a wood from Hawaii that's supposed to be good at balancing fire and water. And the name of this wood is actually koa wood. And in Hawaii, they actually use it as the wedding band material. And it's supposed to harmonize female and masculine energy. Really interesting. So it's come up a lot in my life, and I have a lot of fire water juxtapositions in my own chart. So I wonder if it would be helpful for people who have fire water happening in their chart to help them balance those two polarities. Awesome. All right. So Miss Karen is driving her granddaughter and mom home from the hospital. So it's so amazing because on Thursday night, she's at the hospital with the baby going through it. And then now on the class, she's driving. So we're getting to be part of this whole birth of this new being. It's so amazing.
And it's a little baby dragon now, baby wood dragon.
Yeah, it's a little baby wood dragon. Oh man, Angelique, I did your chart for the Chinese New Year class. I did some. Year of the Earth Sheep, right? Surprise! Chinese as astrology moment. Did that guy's chart too. All right. Right. So in the year of the Earth Sheep, the goat is known for their gentle nature, artistic talents, and kind heart. Dragon being one of the most powerful and auspicious signs, the year promises to be a time of growth and progress for those born under the sign of the goat. And one of the things I heard about this year for the Earth Sheep was to link up with strong leadership, which could be people with a lot of dragon energy, Aries energy, and to go with them, sort of link up with those strong forces and then go. As opposed to trying to do it all on your own, they sort of advise to link up with the companion support team, kind of hitch yourself on and then provide that support and freaking go. So, looking at your chart, your 12th house is packed full. I mean, you're an amazing 12th house example because you've got Jupiter, the North Node, the Moon, Mars, right? So, I mean, this whole class has been about the energy that you're really good at, which is, I'll list it one more time: meditation, spiritual retreat, going within, Reiki, yoga, Qigong, hypnosis, any brainwave state. So like a focus for you might be learning the different states of the brain and how to negotiate them and how to teach people how to go into like how to leave beta and to go into alpha, or how to leave the conscious waking state and go into a more deep, like reflective state. And so the Chinese tea ceremony is a great concept for you to incorporate into your life, that you guide people into this garden. You're the tea pourer, right? Like you are able to be in the space of Zen within yourself, probably on a deeper level than most people are. You have great awareness. And so imagine, if you will, that who you work with are people you're inviting into your tea room, but only people who you want in your tea room are allowed in. Because with so much energy in the 12th house, you're incredibly sensitive to everyone and your environment. And you also have Neptune in the 4th house, which means that the harmony and balance of your home is incredibly important to you. And incredibly important. And it's really important that your relationships are harmonious, right? Because the ruler of the 7th and 8th, like most of your 7th and some of your 8th is Pisces, and the ruler is Neptune, and you have Neptune in Ophiuchus in the 4th house. And so it's really important to you to have harmony at home. It's really important to you to have balance. Like you feel, if the home is off, you feel so thrown off. Right? It's so special to you to have harmony, to have balance, to have, you know, serenity, all those kinds of things. And so one way to help with that is to do healing, because you have Neptune and Ophiuchus. That could be past life and ancestry. 4th house is ancestry of persecution. And so the issue with the home life not being serene probably relates to past life and ancestral genetic trauma that has to be cleared. Whenever I see Ophiuchus, I know we have to look back. It's not going to be something on the surface. It's not going to be something from this lifetime. It's going to be either in the ancestry and the DNA, or it's going to be in a past life where you were a mystic, you were in a family who were mystics or healers or guides or empaths or psychic channelers. And so it almost feels like a pain or trauma here in the home for you, which keeps creating patterns of pain and suffering at home. And I think that if you can clear this, everything at home will change, and you'll be able to actually become a master of your home domain, because Ophiuchus relates to being a master of your spiritual energy. So, and you have Neptune there, and Neptune is the most spiritual planet, right? It's the god of the sea. Did you know that? Neptune is the god of the sea, and you have it in your 4th house. So no wonder you want to live by the ocean, right? Like, it's like, duh. So healing, okay, here we go. You may have a lifetime involving the ocean you have to clear. Or it's either a past life or it's in your ancestry. The home and the ocean. You could have even been on a boat. You might have lived near the ocean. Your family might have lived near the ocean. But family and ocean and spirituality, there's something here. And I think that once you clear this, you'll be able to live near the ocean again, and your home life will be harmonious. But until then, people, things, and situations are kind of pushing at the wound, triggering it. It's like, home life could be frustrating when there's trauma that has to be healed. Yeah, so I would definitely test ancestry, genetics, or past life, and just see what you come up with in terms of home and the ocean. And harmony, I'm hearing harmony at home near the ocean. You know, is there a block in my ancestry? Is there a block in my DNA? What about, there could also be blocks to your spiritual gifts, because Neptune is your spiritual gifts. It's psychic abilities. It's like ability to channel. And so when I see Neptune and Ophiuchus in the 4th house, really close to your Venus, I see you being able to make a lot of money by channeling at home, right? Like actually just having a home business where you're channeling psychic information to people and making a ton of money, especially with all those planets in Leo in the 12th house. I mean, when I see that, I see someone who's born to channel psychic information or be a spiritual teacher or be some kind of a guide. And it could be from behind the scenes, but someone who has teachings, right? You have inspiration to share with people. You have gifts to share with people. You shine. It's like the sunflower energy. Leo is sunflower energy. So not always front and center, but shining nonetheless. So whether it's helping other people to shine or tuning into your spiritual guidance to help them to shine, all of this seems very important. How is that landing? Any questions or cognitions or anything you want to share?
No, that makes a lot of sense and resonates with a couple of things that have come up in my awareness lately. I did want to ask, is there significance that my north node's in retrograde?
Every north node is in retrograde, practically. Yeah, I don't, it just has to do with how it's calculated more than necessarily being like a big meaningful thing. Yeah. Yeah, any other questions?
Any tips on how to get to the heart of that? Like finding the
Ophiuchus?
Yeah.
Yeah. So whenever I see Ophiuchus, this is the first thought that comes to my mind, okay? For anyone watching, I see an Egyptian temple. I see a Greek temple. I see every ancient mystery school in humanity's history, and you being at one, or your family members being at one. That's what I see when I see Ophiuchus. In the 4th house, definitely ancestors as well as you personally. So it's either going to be your ancestors were initiates or teachers in an ancient mystery school, and they knew ancient wisdom. They knew secrets of manifestation. They knew about the laws of how it all works. They knew the truth, basically. Ophiuchus means you knew the truth, your ancestors knew the truth, or your past life knew the truth. And then it means that you were persecuted for knowing the truth. And so there's generally, for people where the Ophiuchus is strongly placed, the persecution trauma, either in their DNA or in their soul blueprint, their their past life blueprint. So Neptune and Ophiuchus, Neptune is spirituality, it's psychic ability, right? It's like Edgar Cayce, who could channel, who the sleeping prophet, who went to sleep and he channeled maps of the world. I'm going to talk to you about that, by the way. So, amazing stuff. And so with that energy there, I would think that you have incredibly strong spiritual gifts, incredible spiritual training, both from this lifetime, your DNA, echo, and your DNA itself, like probably through your family. Some people were born with gifts, right? Like Grandma May was a psychic. Grandma May could see ghosts. Grandma May could talk to dead people. Oh, wow. Okay. So that's Neptune gifts coming through the DNA. And so I would say being able to see the other dimensions is a Neptunian Pisces 12th house gift. So whenever you see people with strong energy in the 12th house, strongly place Neptune or strongly place Pisces, that is going to be incredibly connected to spiritual awareness and spiritual gifts.
My dad had things he could do. He had
Not
strong.
surprised. I'm not surprised. Yeah. So you might want to look on his line first. You might say, okay, going back on my father's line, was there persecution trauma? Was there persecution for the spiritual gifts? Wherever we see Neptune, wherever we see Ophiuchus together, that is telling me there's some kind of spiritual persecution. And it could be either psychic, like persecution for his psychic gifts, or persecution for his spiritual gifts. Like, hi! Like it could be he was a Christian at the time when the Romans were persecuting them. Or he was, you know, practicing some spiritual path or faith when it was being persecuted. And my mom loves to read historical fiction books. She loves to read about the most horrible things that have happened to people. Like how can you just go and read this stuff? But she's a historian. She loves to learn about stuff. And so it's helped me to realize how many horrible, like challenging things have happened to people through the millennia that is just like, whoa, like what I wouldn't have known. So thanks, Mom. And so if you had that, like one thing that they used to do is they used to stone people. Like they used to, like if someone believed something different than the mainstream consensus, they would have them come and stand in a line and throw stones at them until they were dead. It's so friggin' brutal. Like it's like hard to even grasp that that would happen. And the list goes on. And so when we see Ophiuchus represents having very strong beliefs, training, gifts, and talents. Ophiuchus tends to stand out because they're the masters. They're the masters of the spiritual gifts. Okay, so wherever we have Ophiuchus, that shows a certain spiritual mastery that we've attained in this lifetime or in another lifetime. And so the flip side of having spiritual attainment in our society and our world is this: the potential of strong spiritual persecution. So I would test spiritual persecution, I would test past life persecution, I would test psychic persecution. And I think Yola, you have Ophiuchus in the 4th house too. And you're both highly psychic. I know both of you. In fact, anyone who comes to study with me, you're probably fairly psychic. That's the people who come to study with me. So having these gifts are pretty freaking intense. And so typically they also come, and we can find by looking at where you have the Ophiuchus, where the persecution of those gifts is stored. In this case, it really gets triggered at home. Like for some people, home is the solace, home is the retreat, and you have that ability to make it into that with Neptune there. Like you could have the most spiritually divine home. It's just that you're going to have to clear the trauma in the DNA. I keep getting DNA around persecution. It's either the trauma in the DNA from persecution or potentially a past life involving your family and the ocean, because we have Neptune and persecution, or something happening, right? Something happening that involves the family unit. Did something just come to you when I said that?
No. I was gonna make a smart aleck comment and ask if I was a Viking.
Oh, you were probably, yes, you were probably a Viking. Yeah.
Maybe just maybe Angelique had one of her ancestors a pirate and they persecuted him.
Was a what? A pirate?
Pirate.
A pirate. Oh, cool.
I was just telling Brian today, I'm like, we should get a sailboat. I'm like, no, we should get a pirate ship. I literally just I'm gonna buy a pirate ship.
But I also wanted to make a comment on her 12th house, the fact that she has the North Node there, right? That we talked about it, I think, once before, how she comes from this, you know, whatever we just talked about, this ancestral perhaps trauma related to all this psychic thing. And now this is her job to shine with all this. And because she's so deep, to come out and let's go. And she also has, just like me, the two things that are, I think you just said that, right? That the Mars and Moon are conjuncted so closely. So those are, again, those two separate energies, like you talked about mine, Pisces and Mars, correct? Correct or correct?
Yes.
So
Pisces, Mars.
it's the same thing. She has that conflict, but at the same time, it's time to get a deep internal, very like hidden knowledge, because it's something that she thrives on. The fact that she did the hypnosis class, energy clearing class with me, and she's sitting on these classes like, hey, I think that even though we may be totally different people, like we have interests that are very similar, and that how interesting. Angelique, do you like tea?
I do. I like herbal tea.
Yeah, and you live in this Iceland of yours, Canada, that is under millions of layers of snow. So you know you have also that water and fire right in that. So it's very, very cool, very cool. By the way, if you come, any of you, to New York City, I'd love to invite you, not just for tea, but for whatever you want. So just feel free, you know.
It'd be fun. We could do some kind of a retreat somewhere where it's warm. Oh man, so cool. How amazing that we're all brought together like this. How perfect. Wow. So
Lotus, what do you have in 12th house?
what do I have?
Yeah.
I have Leo and Virgo.
Would you please just elaborate teensy beensy about Virgo in the 12th house? That's very interesting for me.
Okay, so when you have some Virgo there, you know, Virgo is very much about the daily routine and grounding and structure and earth. And so that can tend to be a bit of a challenge when you have it in the 12th house, because the 12th house is all about the mystical realm. It's all about spirituality and going with the flow. And so it's an opposition. It's in polarity, right? And so trying to find a balance, right, between the spiritual and the physical dimensions is very important. Do you have someone in your life who has this?
My husband. Yeah, my husband. That's why I'm asking.
How much Virgo in his 12th house?
The whole 12th house is Virgo. The whole 12th house.
Oh gosh.
Yeah.
Does he struggle with meditation?
Yeah, he cannot do any of it. That's what I'm saying. He is just like, he has his routines that he goes religiously
He
through.
can't change them.
Yeah, yeah. But it's not like I'm the first shine rain, like some sort of first how you call it, a ray of mystical sunshine in his life. Like I bring these things and I like pierce his bubble, like, hello, there is this, hello, check this out. Look, I have my class. Just be quiet now. So he knows about existence, but it's like, he is me 10 years ago, 7 years ago, but I don't think he has the capacity. I gotta look at his Pisces and I gotta look at
Okay.
his Neptune too, because it's interesting.
So here's what Virgo in the North Node need, 12th house need. Because the 12th house is how you channel spiritual energy. It's the quality with which you channel that spiritual energy through you. And so it's interesting because Angelique actually has Cancer on the line here. So she also has Cancer and Leo like you. So that's water and fire. So she's also got the nurturing mother energy and the father creativity expression. Hers is a lot more the more masculine yang to do or to act, even though it's in the yin house. So that's where the fire water balance comes in. But because she has Cancer there, it means one way that she actually finds peace and solace is through self-care, like making soup and food, taking care, like caring for the baby, like rocking the baby, loving the baby, cuddling the kitty cat, petting the doggy. Like that's the mothering Cancer energy. And that's one way she fills up her cup and feels so nurtured and good. Another way is through fun hobbies, children's activities like events and like expression, like the way the children win at their events, that really nurtures you. Like you love helping them to shine. Like that's, you do it as a mom and you also help the children to shine, and that's one of your big gifts, and it also fills up your cup. But where was I going with this? Yeah.
Virgo, yeah.
Right. So Angelique, just remember, Leo is the sign related to children. 12th house is meditation, spirituality, and retreat. So you do have special gifts for working with children, and maybe down the line, you might be able to come up with some type of app or software or event or organization, or work with other moms and helping children to do meditation, like helping children to focus, helping children to go within. So just putting that out there, you might work with someone who's doing that, right? And assist them with it, but you really shine when it comes to that type of thing. Just an idea, throwing it out there.
You know what comes to mind, Lotus, with that? You both know Sharon, and Sharon is teaching her children from the youngest age, like the meditation, crystals, and different card readings and stuff like that. But basically, what she does for a living, she has her goal in life is to like have schools that children are learning these things and go with that very woo-woo topic, and just the children are like natural with it. There is this a woman on Instagram. Her name is, she's actually very good. Her name is Awakening with Sophie or something like that. So she has her little daughter doing energy clearing. She does the crystals and stuff like that. It's so fantastic, and your children seem to be drawn to. They like on every class they pop their little heads and they like listening, and they really into it. So imagine if they had actually like ability to learn, and at this young age they're like sponges. You can say one time and they already know it. Like we have to do much more work to learn, and for them it's so natural. So that's something to think about, and I guess Lotus picked up again on something really cool with that for you. I mean, for me it's similar. I have it too. I know that I have a very good connection with children just loves me, and they're the young people, and they just like listen to me and so on. So yeah, that's something very cool.
Yeah. Yeah, children are this, they just, yeah. I think Leo in the 12th, they just feel our joyful energy. So Virgo 12th house. So if how we channel energy is how we look at the sign on the 12th house to see how we channel spiritual energy. Are we going to do it in a watery way, a fiery way, an earth way? Your husband channels it in an earth way. That's not super easy to channel spiritual energy earth way. Okay, the spiritual energy is very fine, it's very light, it's very subtle. And so when we have an earth sign on the 12th house, people tend to be more stuck in their heads, like they just can't quite tap into that vibration as easily. And so what they have to do to get to it is, instead of having the top come down, right, having the heavenly energies from above come down through them, they have to do something physical. They have to kind of pull it in, right? Like taking him to a yoga class where he has to physically break past his mind's hold on his body, right? Like he has to just, that's how what would happen for me is I'd go to yoga class and then I'd be in bliss. I'd go to Qigong and I'd be in bliss. So I think actually yoga is Virgo 12th house best friend, because it takes the physical practice to connect to spirit. For Angelique, for you, you both have Cancer on the 12th, which is water. Water flows, right? It's easy for you to just feel that divine flow of spiritual energy. Now, if it was all Leo, you would have fire, which fire also is movement. Fire flames, right? It's hot, it's bright, you feel it. It's not material, it's not so solid. It's a gas, it's not a solid. But with the Virgo 12th house, like you gotta freaking drag them to some spiritual place and make them walk 5 miles, and then they have that spiritual moment. You get them on an airplane, then they get there, they have that moment. But they don't naturally just do that.
I said that's very true, because every time, and it's not just with spiritual stuff, it's basically with experiences, all kinds of like higher experiences. Once I get him to do it, he loves it. It's just the moment, like you said, to make them do it. I just have hard time to see you, because for me, you are like it. You are it. And so you must have done a lot of work with yoga to get yourself to that place, because I really don't see it with you. That's what I'm curious about, because you are very opposite to my husband. And so I don't know.
I don't have a lot of Virgo.
Ah, okay.
So I have 15 degrees of Leo and 15 degrees of Virgo.
Okay.
I have both, but my Mercury is in Pisces.
Okay.
Directly opposite my ascendant. So
yeah, you're very different because of it. But that was very interesting that you said that yoga is the best friend of Virgo in a 12th house. I will remember
it
that.
is.
That's a really cool thing.
It is. I mean, they need earth. They need things that are in their body.
So for that matter, Qigong too, right? All the stretching and stuff like that.
They don't just sit down and start meditating. They need guidance, or they need something physical, because the mind of a Virgo is so active, right? And Angelique, you have your sun moon midpoint in Virgo, and you have Pluto, and you have Saturn. You have an incredibly active mind. And so it's not in your 12th house, so you can do your own meditation stuff probably. Oh my gosh. Where'd you go? Oh my God, I get expressive with my hands and bump things.
Now you're upside down. You see, you're doing flips.
Down. A little comic relief.
God. Oh my
It was like backwards disappeared. It was awesome.
Like a back.
She's doing flips in front of her camera, you know? That's a part of your yoga experience. Are you trying to get yourself back into the thing?
Yeah, I'm bringing my yoga classes to you next. Oh, man. God, you would have loved my yoga classes. They were next level. I'd have people get in a circle, and we would do yoga in a circle out in nature. And we'd like collect energy, and then we'd send it to each other, and then we'd say prayers. Over the top. I think I had 16 people out there one day, or 30. It was really wild. We were calling in prayers for the country. Oh. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
FYI, I made myself a mental note. Lotus, aka retreat partner, because you know, with everything you know and I know, we would do like
I would love that.
a retreat. I mean, to the point
so
that
fun.
Screaming retreat.
We would be over the top.
Because we have stuff that's overlapping at this point, and we have just our individual, like, not related talents, and it's just sick.
I would love that. I like to do things with people. You know, it's just like it's more fun. We all have such unique talents and skills, and God, it gets so boring when it's just us, right? All the time. Okay, I'm just trying to make this camera work. I don't know what I did to it. Hold on a second. Just here. Okay. That's why. How is everyone doing, by the way? There we go. Huh. Hey, Alexandra.
Oh.
Alexandra's iPhone raised her hand.
Yeah. Hey, I just thought of a random question 'cause I'm going to work. Is it okay if I ask?
Sure, what's up?
So just because it's last class, so I want to ask what I can. So I recently saw a chart where it's like the person had their houses filled with like the sign that it's related to. Like the first house was like or Aries, the second one was Taurus, and the third one was like whatever it's related to. What was it? Gemini. Um and then so on, you know. Do you know, like, is there a special way to read a chart like that?
I think if you want me to give you clarity when we meet to look at your question, we should probably look at it then, because it's hard to conceptualize it without seeing some kind of an example. Like maybe you could bring that chart.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. No worries. Yeah, do I still have a session, or was it used from that one that we
No,
had?
I think we did 2 sessions.
Okay, because I know that since I started the class, we only had 1 session, and I didn't know if it was 1 or 2.
Okay, well, we can talk about this later.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, we'll talk about this later.
Thanks, Lotus.
Yeah, you're welcome. Have a good day at work.
Okay, thank you.
Uh-huh. Okay.
I was wondering if it's a complicated question, just ignore it. But just to get a general idea so I can research, if you have, or if a person has 3 different signs in their 12th house, which one do you look at, or how do you know?
Yeah, that's a tough one. Well,
Okay.
the rule is you look at the first sign that is on the cusp. It's called the cusp line. That's generally what we give the most precedence to in terms of what's the ruler of the house. And so one way that can help you is you could then go to the ruler of that house, what planet. So in your case, the moon is the ruler of your 12th house, and your moon is in Leo. So Leo is a big deal for your 12th house, right? So even though it doesn't have Leo on the cusp of it, it's got Leo, it has Cancer. The ruler of Cancer is the moon. And so you're going to look at that energy first.
Okay, so the cusp would be between the 11th and 12th? That's the cusp, or is it?
Yeah, you're always going to look at the line.
Okay.
Right? That's 11th and 12th. That's 1st and 12th, etc.
Okay.
So you're always going to look at that ruler. And so if that ruler had been Aries, oh, wow, we got to look at Aries more, right? Her 12th house is going to have a lot more to do with Aries than it is going to do with Leo. But because the ruler of it is in the next sign that there's a ton of, we go, oh, well, that brings us back to how much of an important thing is happening in Leo in her 12th house.
Okay.
Being in the spotlight within, right? Being in the spotlight within. Yeah, really interesting. Okay, so there's a little bit more to this class that I want to go over. And that is the story of Neptune and why Neptune is the way that it is. Okay, so Neptune. So Pisces, of course, is about that spiritual energy. Eyes. So here's the Greek mythology.
In an epoch cloaked within the mysteries of time, where gods and titans ruled the cosmos, a solitary figure ruled a kingdom as vast and fathomless as the deep blue sea. Concealed beneath the ocean waves, shrouded in mystery, and vested with an aura of power as unpredictable as the sea itself. This figure was neither a ruthless despot nor an uncontested hero, but a divine ruler who commanded the very essence of life: water. He embraced this vast responsibility with both tempestuous might and gentle serenity, maintaining a delicate balance between bounty and destruction. His name, Poseidon, the mighty and enigmatic god of the sea. Welcome back to epic mythos, where we delve into the timeless realms of mythology, reigniting ancient wisdom for your modern journey. Poseidon's journey to power is a tale as turbulent as the sea he controlled. Born to the Titan Cronus and Rhea, his destiny was set on a perilous course from the moment he drew his first breath. His father, Cronus, consumed by the fear of a prophecy that foretold his downfall at the hands of his own children, swallowed Poseidon and his siblings whole. Yet destiny has a way of charting its own course, and the prophecy couldn't be thwarted. Zeus, the youngest child, avoided the same fate and proceeded to rescue his siblings, including Poseidon, from the belly of their oppressive father. Once freed, Poseidon joined his brothers and sisters in a cataclysmic battle against the Titans. This battle, known as the Titanomachy, saw the Olympians emerge victorious. In the aftermath of their victory, the three brothers, Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades, divided the cosmos among themselves. Poseidon's lot fell to the swirling blue-green expanse of the sea. With his powerful trident, a gift from the mighty Cyclopes, he claimed his watery domain, a realm as mysterious and volatile as the god himself. Assuming his new role as the god of the sea, Poseidon's dominion wasn't limited to the vast oceans. His power extended over all bodies of water, from the smallest streams to the most expansive oceans, embodying both their life-giving properties and their capacity for devastation. Poseidon's character was as fluctuating as the sea he ruled. Known for his mighty temper and vengeful nature, his wrath could stir the seas into a terrifying frenzy, causing shipwrecks and drowning its inhabitants. But he was not always a god of destruction. When appeased, Poseidon could be incredibly generous, ensuring safe passage for seafarers, filling fishermen's nets to the brim, and blessing the Greeks with sturdy ships that could navigate the treacherous Mediterranean waters. Although Poseidon's influence was not only over the water, as the earth shaker, he wielded his trident to cause earthquakes, reminding everyone of his overwhelming power. He created horses from the cresting waves, gifting the world a companion known for both its grace and strength. His connection to these noble creatures symbolized his own untamed power and fierce independence. The god of the sea was also revered as a deity of navigation and maritime trade. Sailors and fishermen would pray to Poseidon for a calm journey and bountiful catch, providing offerings to gain his favor. Thus, Poseidon played a central role in the lives of the ancients, who relied heavily on the sea for sustenance and exploration. Poseidon's influence on the Greeks extended to their survival and prosperity. Coastal and seafaring communities especially revered the god, understanding his power over their livelihood and their lives. His temples dotted the coastline, the magnificent edifices standing testament to his mighty power. Even today, his influence can be seen in the countless archaeological remnants of his worship and the stories that the ancient Greeks penned, inspired by the mighty Earthshaker. Within the ocean's unmeasured breadth and unfathomable depths, Poseidon too sailed the tumultuous seas of love and discord. His voyage of passion was charted not by stars, but by the luminescent gaze of Amphitrite, a resplendent Nereid, and the cherished grandchild of the Titan Oceanus. Their tale was not of love swiftly anchored, but rather a complex narrative that ebbed and flowed like the ceaseless sea tides. Poseidon was enraptured by the sight of Amphitrite, her beauty as radiant as a sunrise over still waters, her grace swirling with the elegance of dancing waves, and her spirit as steadfast and enduring as the mighty tide itself. Love, as vast and consuming as the sea, seized Poseidon at first sight. But his quest to make Amphitrite his queen was a journey fraught with daunting waves and maelstroms. Amphitrite, in her embodiment of the sea's wild freedom, initially deflected Poseidon's earnest advances. Yet Poseidon, the unyielding sea itself, found his pursuit fueled by this resistance. His heart pulsed with the rhythm of the relentless sea waves, forever striving to reach the shore, to embrace the land. Undeterred by Amphitrite's refusal, his godly tenacity embarked on a relentless pursuit, a pursuit as steadfast as the ceaseless currents. The sea echoed with Poseidon's determined quest, resonating with a marine symphony. It was Delphin, the divine lord of dolphins, who proved instrumental in bridging the divide between Poseidon and Amphitrite. Delphin, with his gentle persuasion, conveyed the
Oh, yeah, how to spell and good question, Yola. Let me
depth
look that up for us all.
Poseidon's
I can.
love to Amphitrite.
It's a tough one. Uh, you notice that when you're on a computer and you open Facebook, everyone who's messaged you just pops up all crazy. Okay. All right. And oh, didn't do it at all right, but that's okay. We still found it. And Amphitrite. It's similar to Aphrodite, right? But a little different. Let's see. Put it here. Amphitrite. Amphitrite, the wife of Neptune / Poseidon, god of the sea. Now, when we tune into him, like, I don't get the vibration of Pisces at all, right? He's like a warrior god, right, of the ocean. I'm like, really? Pisces has the energy of like this?
Did he make her to become a mermaid? Because that would be the what you said, the mermaid is the energy of Pisces.
Oh, let's check. I think she already was. So let's see here. Let's see what else.
In an epoch cloaked within the mysteries of time, born to the Titan Cronus and Rhea, his destiny.
Storm god, god of earthquakes as well. Okay. I also watched
understanding his power.
I watched a video that said in the original myth, Neptune was actually the god of had the same powers as Pluto and Jupiter. So Pluto, Jupiter, and Neptune are kind of like the three god faces, the three forms. Kind of like there's the maiden, mother, and crone with the goddess mythology. There's Saturn, Jupiter, and Neptune as the three forms of the godhead.
Right, a resplendent Nereid, and the cherished grandchild
So
of the Titan Oceanus.
She was a Nereid, and I think Nereids are some kind of sea creature. Whether they're full mermaid, I'm not sure. But
grandchild of the Titan Oceanus. Their tale was not of love swiftly anchored, but rather a complex narrative that ebbed and flowed like the ceaseless sea tides. Poseidon was enraptured by the sight of Amphitrite, her beauty as radiant as a sunrise over still waters, her grace swirling with the elegance of dancing waves, and her spirit as steadfast and enduring as the mighty tide itself. Love, as vast and consuming as the sea, seized
Pisces.
Poseidon at first sight.
This is
But his
total
quest to make Amphitrite his queen was a journey fraught with daunting waves and maelstroms. Amphitrite, in her embodiment of the sea's wild freedom, initially deflected Poseidon's earnest advances.
Yet Poseidon, the unyielding sea itself, found his pursuit fueled by this resistance. His heart pulsed with the rhythm of the relentless sea waves, forever striving to reach the shore, to embrace the land. Undeterred by Amphitrite's refusal, his godly tenacity embarked on a relentless pursuit, a pursuit as steadfast as the ceaseless currents. The sea echoed with Poseidon's determined quest, resonating with a marine symphony. It was Delphin, the divine lord of dolphins, who proved instrumental in bridging the divide between Poseidon and Amphitrite. Delphin, with his gentle persuasion, conveyed the depth of Poseidon's love to Amphitrite, successfully doing what the Sea Lord could not. Touched by Poseidon's unwavering ardor and moved by Delphin's words, Amphitrite yielded to Poseidon's love, accepting her place by his side as his queen. Their union was far more than a divine marital accord. It encapsulated the intrinsic bond between the sea's tumultuous persona and the vibrant life it cradled within its depths. Amphitrite, now queen, personified the exuberance of marine life, underscoring the unity of Poseidon's realm and illuminating the interconnected dance of the sea's creatures with the capricious whims of the ocean. The couple symbolized the harmonic balance of power and dynamism, a testament to the ceaseless ebb and flow that governed their oceanic realm. Their children, Triton, Rhode, and Benthesicime, each bore aspects of their maritime domain, adding to the sea's rich, mythic tapestry. Poseidon and Amphitrite's love story is as deep and endless as the ocean itself, a testament to love's relentless pursuit and the profound bond between the sea and its myriad life. The symbols intertwined with Poseidon's legacy eloquently articulate his divine essence, immortalizing his dominion and attributes. Central among these is his trident, a tri-pronged spear that stands as an unyielding testament to his dominion over the sea. It serves as a representation of his profound ability to sow both tranquility and temper.
All right. Nereids, so thank you, Angelique. Nereids are sea nymphs, but unlike mermaids, they appear fully human, do not manifest scales or tail. Well, that's cool. That's good to know. I'd like to be a Nereids. Maybe we're all Nereids. Sea beings. Yeah, so really interesting conception of Neptune. What do you think about this? I mean, it's so different than all the energetics we've been tuning into today, right? This Greek mythology of what Neptune is about. I mean, what do you ladies think about this? I'm curious to hear. Kind of a big guy, kind of a big, tough, macho guy. Interesting.
So would it be, because I know earlier in this class you talked about when you were going over the asteroids, you were talking about how Zeus is like a form of Jupiter.
Mm-hmm.
So would this be similar, like Poseidon?
Poseidon and Neptune. So Poseidon is the Greek name.
Yeah.
And so basically astrology came from Greece and then the Romans took it and they renamed the gods from their own perspective off the planets. So yes, Neptune and Poseidon are the same. Well, they're a little different. They're a little bit different, but pretty much the same.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering, if it'd be the same kind of difference between Zeus and Jupiter, right? Same but different?
Yes. Yeah. I mean, there's a basic same concept. And then I watched the other video that traced, it went back to the Macedonian history of the Greek gods, which is the earliest recorded history of the Greek gods. And in it, they said that Neptune was actually the original deity, was the original god before Jupiter, before Pluto, that he was all of them in one. And then they split into the three. So I don't know, right? It's kind of an interesting take on it all, to kind of look at Neptune as potentially all of the gods, Jupiter and Pluto being the god of the underworld. So Neptune was originally the god of the underworld.
So I got two awarenesses. One of them is that we're looking for the Piscean energy. Well, the only thing that comes to mind is because it's the water energy and because he is the king of water. That would be the connection number one. And number two, if he indeed was the almighty of all the gods, well, they say that everything came from the water. I mean, on earth, on this earth, well, I don't know how everything came out there in the space, perhaps not from water, but for this particular thing, I see it as because he was indeed the god of any body of water, and this is a Piscean watery energy.
Yeah. You know what it makes me think of is that maybe Piscean energy is much stronger than we give it credit for.
Yeah, that's very, very, very spot on too, I think. That, they say that water can carve through the hardest rock. Like I was today at this waterfall upstate New York this morning, and I was reading a description there that there was as hundreds and hundreds and centuries, whatever, that it carved into this rock formation that fall is there going and going and just like keeps just like Niagara Falls, right? If you look years before and look now, it's changing. So the water has incredible power. So that also somehow go to his power because he's like this incredibly big guy. But I love how you say that it could be the energy of Pisces is underrated and people don't realize how much can change when you're exposed to it. And if you let yourself use it in a way. So I'm a best example of it for myself, not for anybody else for that matter, just for me.
So maybe there's more power to Pisces, right? Like Bruce Lee says, be like water. So maybe for Pisces people or 12th house people or people who have a lot of Neptune energy, I almost get this sense of like a buried superpower, right? Deep in the ocean of their consciousness, if they will claim it. And if they don't claim it, sometimes it might run their life amok. Because I think we're secretly very powerful. Kind of like the ocean is so powerful. Our inner ocean. We've got to tame or somehow try and put our inner ocean to work for us. So that means it can either work against us or for us. And that's why we're so powerful, right? We can either create greatness or not, depending on our focus. I think like a good way for Pisces people to remember is to stay focused like a ship with a rudder. You want to make sure your ship has a rudder and you have a clear direction and a clear map that you're following. For Pisces people, like you have to have that. Otherwise you can get lost in the depth and the power that you possess. Like that's a lot of terrain. Like when Angelique tunes into her inner space, it might feel like, whoa, right? Like she's got this whole world within. And so learning how to, and those of us with Neptune and Pisceans strongly placed in our chart, we have this very strong inner world, kind of like the god of the sea, that powerful. And so we have to learn how to discipline that. Well, not necessarily, you can't discipline the ocean, really, can you? You can't control the ocean, but learn how to sail it. Learn how to sail the waves of our own consciousness, our own power, and maybe to begin to see our power not like the sun, although you do have Leo, so you have a mixture of the sun and the ocean. That's a lot of powerful energy. How do you bring those into balance and union so that you can sail the sea of your being? That's beautiful. What an opportunity you have. Okay, so that covered. The 12th house is ruled by Neptune, and in Vedic astrology, Jupiter. Neptune is the god of sleep, imagination, dreams, fantasy, imagination, artistic expression, and the god of the ocean. So Neptune is the god of, and if you think back to the Macedonian history, Neptune was the god of the underworld. So it would make sense that he also rules the unconscious and hypnosis, as well as Pluto doing that. So both Pluto and Neptune relate to our unconscious awarenesses, right? Our depths, our connection to the ocean, the oceanic realms of our consciousness. Okay, so we have a lot of videos here I found this Anushka Shankar video. Okay. Just see what we got here. To kind of
I bought
express
3 of these to
the commercials. You guys can't see.
No, there was the links.
This is so cool. This is a really good way to tune into what Piscean energy is. is that? Oh, how amazing is that? How amazing is that? That is just absolute beauty. Absolute beauty. And so one of the great things about Piscean, Neptunian energy is that it's about channeling the divine through us in the form of dance that takes people on a journey to another state of consciousness. Didn't that take you somewhere? Is that kind of like your brain kind of start to go into a different state of consciousness and something happens? And that's the Piscean path of spiritual awakening, is through the path of something transcendent, music, art, anything that takes you from one state of consciousness to the next. Yeah. Yeah. Anyone want to share? Was that super amazing or what? Anushka Shankar. It's amazing. Ever seen her before?
No, I haven't, but I just want to say my kids are going to miss these classes because they always they love it when you play a video and they hear it and they come running. And my son was so drawn to that. He was going on about how great it was and asking questions. And
I loved his Spider-Man mask. I was cracking up. And it's so perfect for this class because Pisces is all about fantasy, costumes, right? Imagination. I'll give you another example of Piscean energy. So imagine, if you will, every fantasy on the face of the planet, right? Like every fantastic thing ever, every movie. Basically think best best fantasy movie clips of all time. So every movie that's fantasy rich is the 12th house.
Didn't think it would end this way.
Okay. You ready for the adventure? Children will come.
Didn't think it would end this way.
The journey doesn't end here.
I will not be doing it again.
So that, if I could put it in a nutshell, is the 12th house. It's everything in our imagination. It's the fantasy, it's the dream, it's movies, it's cinema. It's that retreat into a different realm. It can also be escapism, lack of being in touch with reality, and getting lost in the fantasy. So that's the balance board when we have a lot of this energy. What would you all like to add? What is your take on? It was pretty exciting, right? That little clip of scenes. Did that help you better grasp the 9th house energy?
The 12th house, the 12th house.
That's what I keep saying. Yes, the 12th house energy.
Yeah, it's way more than I thought, because I never imagined that you would connect to this exact part of the fantasy. I thought it was all like dark and like mystic and subconscious, and yet it can be very light, like imagination and fantasy and all this other
Well,
stuff.
what are your dreams like?
Right, dreams, right? Exactly. The
Ah!
other dreams. Mm.
Oh my God. Hold on. Oh, what are your dreams like? That will tell you the 12th house in a nutshell. Think about children. Think about how children love to dream and fantasize and wear costumes. And that relates to this 12th house energy of our imagination. I mean, we're all children at heart, especially when you have Leo in the 12th house. You have such a rich imagination. You love fantasy. You love to dream big. You have these, so another way of looking at the 12th house is the land of story. 12th house is the house of the storyteller, right? So when you have a lot of stuff in the 12th house, you might want to study storytelling, how to become a good storyteller, did you know that in every story, it's like the same core things, right? There's the world, and then the challenge, and then the journey to resolve the challenge, and then the hero's journey, right? And in that video clip, we saw the whole story. It was like, la la la, yay. And then it was like dark and heavy and like scary. And then it was the resolution.
Yeah.
And so
I was also very surprised by the one other thing you mentioned after the clip before with the dance. The dance can transport you to these imaginary things, and this is so true. Dance is like one of my big fortes. So I love dance, in any form of dance. So if I go to the dance shows and I watch it, I feel like I am going somewhere else. And the better the dancer, the better the performance, the more you get into that. That's the whole point, right? But for that
Right.
matter, it's not just dancing. Any act of that's why film is also a form of art that can take you somewhere else where you have never been before.
Yeah, so the 12th house is that journey to somewhere else. A lot of times we have to be sitting to go there.
Yep.
It's the journey within. Right? Where does that great book take us? Where does that great movie take us? Where does the story we hear from our friend take us in our own mind? That is what this 12th house speaks to. It also speaks to the unconscious. So when you have a lot of planets in the 12th house, you might want to study the unconscious. Doing it. Right, Angelique, you're already doing it. So studying the unconscious, that's like your playground. Learning about how the mind works, learning about how we store memories in our bodies, in our consciousness. How do we think? How do our brains work? Right? You want it to be you wanted to work with the brain, right? It's very interesting how the 12th house can relate to neuroscience, actually. How, Lotus? How? Well, because it relates to the brain, and the 12th house relates to different levels of consciousness. And one of the ways that we can study the brain is through neuroscience, and what neuroscience comes up with in terms of the states of consciousness that our brain is capable to go into.
This is incredible. Like you're just like getting deeper and deeper, and it makes more and more sense. Because now that you said that, before we talked about mental institutions, for that mental health, mental wellness, right? So when I finished my mental fitness course, that was just, and I'm certified by it, and I'm doing this. The second piece, I loved it. Now I'm very fascinated by work by John Assaraf. It's all about brain, your left, right brain, whatever. And then Dr. Amen, he also does the brain studies. So this is how we think. I love Jim Quick's, how you can memorize
Right.
like all this stuff. This is higher learning. So that's another layer to it. I mean, this all is of interest to me, but now it makes so much sense that you pulled it into the Pisces house, because it's this next realm, next something that the physical body of a Virgo may not really get it, you know?
No, but that's how we can find the bridge to it. Like for your husband, for instance, coming up with all the science around consciousness. That would be a cool
Get
course.
him through it. I found a beautiful bridge right now. I got a light bulb moment. He loves movies. He is so get him through the fantasy movies, or all kinds of movies that can move him on the levels. Or sometimes when I find a good documentaries and I put it on, he says, "Ah, what are you watching? One of yours?" I said, "Yeah, just sit down and watch," and he gets sucked right in, and that's the way. Exactly.
You have to bypass his conscious mind when you have
Yes.
Virgo in the 12th, because the conscious mind is so protective.
Beautiful say, bypass the conscious mind. Yes.
Yes, and Angelique and Yola, you also have a very protective conscious mind. It's your Cancer.
Yeah.
You protect, it's like the crab shell when it comes to your internal world. Like you're very protective. And so you have to feel safe and comfortable and at home in order to open your unconscious, let's say.
For that matter, this class, you can go deeper that you would go probably in any other environment, because here you know that everybody is wacko like you, so you can actually talk to them that stuff and they will understand.
I would just say, instead of wacko, awake.
Okay, absolutely.
Awake and aware. Awake and
You
aware.
see, I got my letters mixed up. That's all.
Yeah, you just had to remove them around. Yeah. And
English
so
is my second language. That's why.
yes, that's right. Yeah. So, we're playing with powerful information here, right? We're playing with powerful energies, right? And if we come back to the beginning of this class, holy cow, we traversed a lot of ground. So, you know how long my wood dragon event was, Yola? I'm gonna go and edit it again and release just the wood dragon info. There's a lot of other stuff in there. So it's gonna be really good. But if I just saw all the slides. I was like, oh, it was such a good class. If we go back to the very beginning of our class today, all the way back to today, this is, what is this? This is someone's chart. Okay, that is not what I'm looking for. I'm gonna edit that out. We're gonna look at today's chart. And that's what we started the day with. And it's really powerful because we have the North Node, the karmic destiny point, right, in Pisces. And it's conjunct the wounded healer. And remember, we started this whole course talking about the wounded healer. Right? It was this whole 5-day challenge. We went really deep into the wounded
Show
healer.
us the chart again, because we have a yellow screen.
Oh, you have a yellow screen. Interesting. Yeah, let me get it for you. There we go. Huh. Just had to clear it a little bit there.
I think it's a slide above it.
Yeah, it's coming back. I have to get it. Give me one moment. So we started this whole day with today's chart of the day. And I was like, check this out. We're about to go into Pisces' house. We're about to talk about Neptune. And today in the astrological chart, we have the Chiron, the wounded healer, almost exactly conjunct the destiny point of the planet. That means everybody's collective destiny right now is in Pisces. Very close to your Mars, right? I mean, it's like 10 degrees. So it's moving towards your Mars, Yola. What do you think is going to happen when that destiny point hits your Mars? Any ideas?
Well, that would be like the they say it in driving. You could put the foot to the to the pedal, like to the
Pedal to the metal?
pedal. Yeah, like that's it. That's the acceleration of that energy and action.
Yes. So I would say be prepared for that. Why don't we check out where the destiny point is going and see how long away that is? Because your Mars is what? It's like 37 degrees. So let's look at that. So if we go to, let's say November, let's see if November is far enough. Okay. We're going to come to, oh wow, it's going a different direction, Yola. Well, that's good to know. Okay, everyone, I was mistaken. Actually, the destiny point is traveling away from your Mars. So that means it's going towards your 7th house more. So that means that your focus is actually going to be going towards relationship as opposed to towards like the house, the 8th house, which is, I think, probably better actually.
You know, no, but this is exactly, you asked me what that North to Aries meant. I said it's a pedal to the metal, and I had this pain in my heart. I'm like, you know, that's not what I'm feeling this year, even though it's a growth for me. I have this idea of, absolutely, I told you before, slowing down, taking more care of myself, doing more things that are fun for me, that are connected to what I really love to do, like more travel, doing things with family, being like, again, present, because I did 2 or 3 years of such intense studying and computer work that this is just not going to happen. And I mean, not that it's not going to happen, but I'm going to take care of self more now, because that's very important. I started incredible wellness routines a couple of weeks ago, exercise, all that stuff, because it's about me. So that I consider now that slowing down part, not just everything studying. So that would actually make way more sense.
Wow, and the moon changed signs while we were on this call. It went from moon in Aquarius to moon into Pisces. Moon conjunct Neptune in Pisces. And I've been like, I have to stay on the call. I have to stay a little bit longer so that we could get, this is like the epitome of the 12th house right now, to have moon, emotion, conjunct Neptune in Pisces. You can't make this stuff up. I mean, wow. It's wild. And we have Chiron, the wounded healer, conjunct the destiny point. So it looks to me like Chiron is going to be going past the destiny point in the next couple weeks and will not be like lingering there forever. Like, all right, I'll see here. So let's go ahead and take our date and let's go forwards to say the 11th of March, and let's see where Chiron is in relationship to the
Lotus, could you do me a favor and do the 12th of March?
You want to do the 12th?
Yes. I have a huge speaking event on the 12th.
Oh, you do? Oh my God. Gosh, why are things so synchronistic all the time? I'm just going to start cracking up every time the synchronicity starts happening. Okay. So let's get you to the 12th of March. Very exciting. It's going to be in Pisces, so it's going to be in your March house.
You're in February.
Thank you. This is when you have Mercury and Pisces. Appreciate your 12th of March. I love looking into the future. It's always exciting. Okay. So, by the 12th of March, Chiron will be one step past the destiny point. So it will still be very conjuncted, but look how much Pisces there is on that day. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I mean, this is a powerful Piscean energy, and the moon, Yola, will be exactly conjunct your Mars. The moon will be exactly conjunct your Atma Karaka, your soul planet. You can't make this up. I'm not even a screenwriter, but this sounds to me like this could be one of those monumental days of your life.
Can I please tell you, you'll be the first one out of my circle of family. So I was invited to actually speak for United Nations at the panel for women organization. I am about equal rights for women. I can't, it's confirmed. My topic got accepted in Geneva or Paris, whatever I sent it. I told you something big was coming, but this is like probably the biggest forum I have ever spoken. And it's gonna happen on the 12th of March. That's why I was like, tell me, please tell me. It's this panel, so I'm not gonna be on the United Nations podium, but it's big because it's for the 68th conference of the United Nations.
That's amazing. That is so cool. And it's literally the moon is conjunct your Atma Karaka soul planet that day. That's amazing, Yola. You're gonna rock it. In fact, when I look at you, I see like future big speaker of whatever you want to speak. I see that. Like I see you. You know what I see? This is fun. You remember Star Trek Enterprises? Like, or Star Trek, The Next Generation, the show about the people who travel on the starship and go to different planets. Did you ever watch that?
It was never my thing, you know. I know there's a population of people who are just like Harry Potter's fans. They are Star Trek fans. I was never it, but I have
I'm
it
gonna
yeah.
I'm gonna send you an episode of what I'm thinking of, because what I'm seeing is you being like part of the Starship Enterprise, you know, higher ups who goes to these big talks and you speak in this position of leadership. And I just see that in you so deeply. And it's so appropriate that you're speaking to women with your Venus in conjuncture midheaven, which is women, right? And it's just it's so
It's just so crazy. It was such a incredible serendipity. This time I'm using the word correctly. It just appeared out of nowhere, and I took it like they say, when you grip something hard and you want it, it's not happening. But when you're like, okay, that's a beautiful thing, and let it go, it was one of the easiest. Just like I could talk about access consciousness, receiving bars, it's easy, effortless, and it works. Here it was like effortless. I just literally, I said, okay, I'd like to do that. Oh, would you like to be a part? And I'm like, sure. Would you like to speak? Sure. Would you like to give me a topic? Accepted. Very well received. I'm like, what? It's just like, what's happening? You know, it's so funny.
Bravo, Yola. I'm so happy for you. I see you shining. I see you doing magnificently.
And you are literally the first people outside of my family that know it. So just for that.
Yola, Jupiter will be exactly conjunct your sun. Exactly in the 9th house, well, in California. But Jupiter will be conjunct your sun, and the moon will be conjunct your soul planet. The destiny point will also be conjunct your soul planet. Oh my word. What are the freaking, oh, wow. You are on track, my friend. And you've got Venus and Saturn in your 7th house. Venus is love and women. And so you're going to be speaking to women. Saturn is business. Saturn is, you know, structure, organizations, big structures, right? Like the United Nations would be a Saturn type structure.
Big time structure. Oh my God.
What
Everything structure. That to the point that I was like, oh my God. The one thing that I'm not liking is I think what you said before, it's about this moon feeling energy, the emotional. I'm gonna do it the way I always think about it. You know why I am being repelled from LinkedIn and all these like executive talks, because the language is so dry and does not, I can't, it just, it doesn't feel light to me. It doesn't feel true to me. So the same here. I'm thinking bring more of that, more of an emotional language to my speech. Make it maybe not exactly how they heard it, but I think because of that, they're gonna hear it more. That's how I feel to do it. And I don't care if I never do it again. I really don't have this aspiration to be, speaker forever on those platforms. But I think that if you hit the emotional notes with the topics that are so important, when I've heard some of these speeches, I was just like, "Ugh, I can't even go through the 15 minutes of it. You gotta say that people can understand and feel you, you know? Because you do this the way we feel it. We can sit for hours and watch your videos because you make us feel something. That's how
Oh,
it works.
right. It's the feminine.
Yeah.
It's the feeling of the feminine, which is why I generally attract female students. Um, and I love it. I love working with women because we can feel things together. We can commune, we can talk, we can share. I cannot believe how powerful this event is in terms of lining up with who you are. I mean, Jupiter in Aries conjunct your sun exactly to a T. Moon, the planet of emotion and feeling and nurturing, and you're feeling like you want to really use emotion, conjunct your soul planet. I mean, wow. Just talk about serendipity, talk about just absolutely alignment. I've never seen someone's day of an event so aligned. I'm a little bit like I'm that day I'm just going to be cheering for you.
I'm curious, how different would it be, because it's going to happen, of course, in New York City. Uh, so how different would you think that the actual chart will be? Would it be different, very different?
See here.
Oh,
I
we can
mean,
check
that's a
that?
good question. Yeah, you just change the location.
The location, correct.
I said New York, California. What am I doing? Okay, New York City. I'll just do New York City. That's fine. So it will be not different at all in terms of the degrees and a little bit different, but not much. Okay, it'll be about the same. Yeah, so even though it's got Leo rising that day, Yola. I mean, your rising is down here, but it like matches your chart to like perfection. I can't, so Yola has like so many planets up here. She's got her sun right where the Jupiter is, 11 degrees Aries, and then she's got her Mars about 37 degrees of Pisces, exactly conjunct the moon. And it's in the 9th house of higher learning, teaching, the teacher. How cool is that? Wow. You are gonna rock that stage, Yola. Like, I just want to say to you, like, you may not have any big ambition, but you might have a calling. You might have just like a divine synchronicity, tomato, tomato, of being aligned to yourself. And that's why you manifested it so perfectly. Like it is who you are and you are it. So there's no separation between you and it. It just flows harmoniously. And that is the dream. That is the dream, for you to flow with your soul purpose into action. Then you're ready and you're needed. I'm so grateful you're doing. I'm so glad that you are going to be on one of those stages and that you're going to be guiding women and that you're going to be standing in your truth and your power and your beauty and all of your experience.
You know, it's funny because I'm not a feminist by any stretch of imagination, but I think that at one point when I started working in an executive environment, and I was the only woman manager for many, many years between all these guys. And many times in my life, I was way more successful than many men I know. And, I would meet men and they would approach, for example, me and my husband, and they would assume that something that happened was his, and it was absolutely and I was just always thinking, look how interesting they assuming things. And I'm not putting him down because he did incredible things, but I'm just saying, but that particular thing that was brought up to our attention, they assume it was his. And at work, how many times we had meetings and I would be the only woman sitting there, and how funny they would make these like arrogant jokes. And guess what? 10, 15 years later, there is five of us right now. It's pretty much almost even mixed. And we are the freaking power that like still rocks the house, They are there because, of course, I think that if I had ambition to grow in the company, I would be going even further. I have zero ambition because I want to have life, But the thing is that this is that the divine power of incredible strength of feminine, and to give women who maybe weren't as fortunate as I was to do these things or whatever, or have position that I was or still have, to give them that equal rights, equal. That's why I was so excited when I went to US Open last year and they were celebrating on the 50th anniversary of equal pay for tennis players. Like, why not? You're winning the same competition as dudes, give them the same money. I think women should be paying. So, in my heart, even though this topic of equal whatever rights, it's not really something I would go and fight on a street for, it's so close to my heart. So if I just get a great examples of this, how this can be brought up to the light, I think it's huge.
Yeah, I mean, I see you doing that, right? With the sun on that day, exactly conjunct your sun, 11 degrees Aries. The moon directly conjunct your Mars. I mean, exactly, like not even 1 degree different, like exactly the same. With Venus conjunct your descendant and Saturn. It just feels like you're in one of those, and then with it being Leo rising, oh my God, very close to your rising sign. I can't believe it. It's almost looks like your chart that day. But you'll have Jupiter on your sun and you'll have the moon on your Mars. So Jupiter expands, it's the great teacher, so you'll get to be that great teacher. And moon, nurturer, Mars, you're going to be nurturing the feminine leadership. You're nurturing that feminine leadership, inspiring them to step into their power and to lead. You're a natural leader. And so you're a natural guide and teacher of others, especially women, to lead. You inspire us. You have the success and the know-how, and you've done it to inspire those of us who are stepping into our leadership to do it. And it's beautiful. Bra freaking O.
Thank you so much for this confirmation. This made me feel so good because somehow in my gut, I'm not like, I don't feel intimidated. That's what is really crazy. I just don't feel that, like, I should be scared shitless, or like, sorry for my French. I should be, and I am not. I don't know why, because maybe in my heart, I still like find it like, really, Yola? You little Yola from Poland came to United States? Like, you know what I mean? And yet it just makes me feel really happy. And I saw how proud my family was of this. They first thought like, what you saying? What? And I'm like, my speech just got accept my topic. I just got accepted, and they created this beautiful flyer, and I'm like, what? I'm one of 8, and guess what? 8 speakers for now. So number 8 year. I'm like, what?
It's time. The universe says, Yola, we need you on the stage. Call Yola. That's so cool. Are you gonna have film footage of it?
I'm hoping, I have no idea how that works. I'm assuming they do. I'm just learning about this organization. They were up in November, they were in Dubai. I could potentially, if I wanted to like involved, that is very related to travel because they pick these destinations. There's Geneva, end of March. There's like constantly something they're doing. And they are touching women all over the world, in Africa, in Asia, in, everywhere where they're trying to get these less developed countries and give these women the equal rights, That's just like something that again, I was never thinking that I will be going that way, but I know that if you are in service of these less fortunate people, and if you like helplessly and not helplessly, if you give yourself completely to this, there's just no better way of like making that mark. And for me, the legacy piece was so big. Like I want to leave legacy when I leave, you know, like this mark on this planet. So who knows? Maybe there's something there for me. The non-profit. I never considered non-profit, and this is non not related to any governments and not related to any profits, and it's all inclusive, and it has zero judgment. So it's like very me, like, you know, I no conflict by any chance. Like here we talk about non-conflict, like avoiding conflicts. Very true.
That's amazing. That's so great. I see a very big future here. I'm really excited to hear all about it. Wow. Well, I would like to take 5 minutes and then I'm going to come back. I'm going to do a reading for Karen. If you all need to head out, you're free to.
We will be able to, because I would love to see that reading for baby, but unfortunately I need to leave because my family got dinner and they already
I know,
knocked at my
5
door.
hours.
Yeah.
5 hours. I know. I
And
know.
so I really want to thank you so very much for this incredible, incredible course. I think that this is better than, I mean, your first one was amazing, but this one like 10x'd it at least, if no more. And you just become more of a teacher that you probably ever imagine you will be, more of a channeler that you imagine you ever be. I mean, you are just simply off the hook. Like, I cannot tell you, yes, I got help from getting a good birth date and time of birth. That's what I say, time of birth. But speechless and grateful beyond words, you know. And like I said, the reason I may not join your next edition is just timing, simply timing. I'm just completely, next 3 months are just like the worst for me. If you could pick next 3 months for anything, it's just the worst timing. However, I know that you're not going anywhere, and you know, who knows, you know, what's going to happen. I don't think I'm done with it, because it just cannot be done. Like that cannot be done. And I'm just hoping for that one session that we have together, you know, just to go in some little nooks and crannies that perhaps even this private forum wasn't private enough for me to go deeper, you know. So I'm really looking forward to that one. But yeah, I want to say thank you so very much. You are, you definitely gave the world the biggest gifts by following your purpose that day on that bus station, wherever you were sitting. And I think that if you didn't do that, you would rob the world of incredible stuff, you know. And I think that the more true you are to that calling, you know, and bringing the little spices of energy healing here, dripping something here, your energy, whatever you're doing. But that stuff, that channeling stuff, I find, and because you are so educated, your psychology degree, you're bringing science into it. This is what I find fascinating, that people who are so damn educated, all the mentors who are actually science-based, physics-based, they are not afraid to say it. This is it. This is not some woo-woo crap. This is not, what do we say? It's not wacko, it's awake, right? So it's so, so, so good. I am so grateful for you. And like I said before, I love you. Thank you.
Oh, it's been so awesome having you. It's been so much fun to have so many people enjoying this process. And yeah, I'm excited. Like it said in that movie reel, this is just the beginning of much more to come. And getting to teach this work to you all has allowed me to access places and spaces within me I had no clue.
And it's not stopping. Just like within this class, you came up at least with 3 or 4 topics for your future classes. Valentine's, I could do this, I could do that, I could do that. It's just never stopping. And that just means that, like with everything, right? Like if you are doing your life's work, there's just no stopping you. You're unstoppable yourself.
Right. Yeah, it's been really beautiful to have that mirror of the chart and be able to hold that up for you all so that you can better know yourself.